Morena.
Lovely to see everyone. No mai, haere mai, piki mai, kaki mai, ki tēnei wāhi, tuatahi, me karakia tātou. Let's do tutawa, a new one. Has everyone got one?
Tutawa mai I runga, tutawa mai I raro, tutawa mai I roto, tutawa mai I waho. Kia taua ai te mauri tū, te mauri ora, ki te katoa, haungie, huie, taiki.
Thanks everyone. Housekeeping. Meeting is being live streamed. Welcome to anyone watching online now or later. Welcome to councillors, welcome to staff and to our visitors. In an earthquake, drop, cover and hold. If the shaking is long and strong, wait until we stop shaking and then leave the building through the nearest exit. We go straight up Napier Hill along that way. If there's an evacuation, please exit either here or out the main doors there onto the grass area that way. Toilets just down the hall here and around the corner. Apologies, lots of apologies today. We have Councillor Harding is at the Climate Ag Conference. Councillor that's Councillor Harding. Yeah. Councillor Roadley is at the Catchments collective meeting this morning.
Charles is overseas.
Councillor Lambert is an apology. We have lateness from Councillor McIntosh. We have Councillor Foley and Councillor Van Beek online. We have an apology from Katarina Kawana. Have I missed anyone? Any other apologies? Thank you. Any conflicts of interest to declare? And bring them up as items arise also. Confirmation of the minutes of 11th of September 2024. Were there any? We do have a number of action points at the end of those minutes, which will be addressed at the end of the meeting today, but were there any other corrections or issues from any members? No, I'm happy to move those from the chair. Otherwise, I can have a seconder. Councillor Williams, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Carried. Thank you. It's a pleasure to welcome Dr. Marker to our committee again. Lake Whātuma, our hidden gem, which I've just been speaking to some of the staff about to say none of us have visited, or many of us haven't visited in a long time, so I'd like to look at doing a visit there next year with councillors. Definitely. That would suit you. So Dr. Mark is going to be speaking in a public forum time for an update on Lake Whātuma and the work that's going on there. Kia ora, welcome.
Tēnei koe, Stephanie, te tīmana koutou rā o te tepu huri no. Mihi atu ki a koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou I te tāo o mātou nei ngā haupu o tamate, o kai whenua tamate, ariki nui, kia ora tātou. So thank you for the invitation to address the your committee, and thank you, Ian, for inviting me here to do that. And just in opening, I'd like to say that I realise around the table that there's varying levels of knowledge about the lake, and for some of you this will be a repeat. I don't apologise for that because that's just the way it works. But I realised a while back that I've spoken to different councillors and officers over the past few years about the lake, but I've never actually addressed the council. And so the purpose of this is to put Whātuma on your radar screen formally, and so that when we talk about specific issues in the coming years, then this is the background to it, and it's in your records, it's on your books. And so that's the purpose of this and of me approaching you. So I suppose what I've, underneath all I'm saying is that I've been closely associated with the Regional Council probably for about 12 years or so, and been with this council as it made various decisions over the past years. And one of the things that I've always stuck with me is that in terms of natural features in Hawke's Bay, I've been here, we've had in-depth discussions about the Whakaki Lagoon, about the estuary, about Lake Tutira, about Waitangi Park, but very little goes on about Tamate Central Hawke's Bay. And yet geographically, we're a huge part of the province. And not much is focused directly unless you were talking disasters and things like that. So I'm putting to the council that, of course, we have our coastline and all the issues around there, but inland, Whaituma Lake or Lake Whaituma is the major ecological feature, and one that's well within your jurisdiction, not just to the environment, but your responsibilities as a large body of inland water. So that's my. I'm going to show you a quick video. It's 2 minutes, and the reason is that visuals often better than lots of talking, and then I'm going to talk to some of the detail. So bear with me, it's only in a couple of minutes, and I believe all I have to do is hit the space bar and it will work. Did I hit the space bar?
It's going.
Lake Whaituma near Waipukurau is one of the largest lowland lakes in Hawke's Bay. It was once a thriving mahinga kai, but it has been seriously degraded since the 1950s. Tamatia Pokai Whenua, in partnership with the Aorangi Māori Trust Board, has established the Whaituma Management Group to help restore the lake and preserve the wetland. Since 2020, the Whaituma Management Group has begun restoring over 100 hectares of riparian wetland, removing pest species and planting over 16,000 native plants. We work with schools and volunteer groups on this kaupapa to reconnect the community with this vitally important ecosystem. We aim to release 500,000 native plants over the next 10 years to restore the health of Lake Whaituma and protect the native species that call the lake home, including tuna and the rare matuku, Australasian bittern. Work is underway to create a native plant nursery to sustainably grow these seedlings. The nursery will be supplied by rainwater collected from the roof of the converted boat shed, which will also be the nursery's workshop. This sub-project is part of our wider wetland restoration and community engagement project at the Whaituma Recreation Reserve. This is our community's long-term vision. The first 50,000 seedlings will be planted alongside a boardwalk, outdoor education amphitheatre and bird hides for avian observation and study. Future phases include building an environmental education visitor centre on the reserve to continue our community outreach and engagement, and establishing a science lab to monitor the health of the wetland. We want to create a beautiful and abundant place for hapu and whānau to connect and reflect on the cultural history and natural heritage of Whaituma. We have arrived at this point in the history of Whaituma where we extend our hand to all our funding partners to help us realise this vision.
Okay, that in a snapshot is it, so I'll just unpack some of that now, and please feel free to ask any questions, because in the 10 or 15 minutes we've got, that's the point. And so anything that is not clear or you want amplification on. So when I was putting my thoughts together to address you, I put it in certain groups, and I was the first bit was facts and figures about the lake, because every time I've talked to a group or even individuals, we get to the point, how big is the lake, where is it, and that kind of thing. So I started to put together the basic, and then I realised that the source of it is Hawke's Bay Regional Council reports. So I'm giving you back your own information. There's no traditional knowledge here. It's simply what your reports on, if you Google it, that's what you come up with, is the description. but I'll give it to you briefly. So it's around about 140 hectares, and that includes the surrounding area, the sort of the banks and that. So it is a, and you know, it hovers around about 1 metre in depth. It's 10 minutes drive from the centre of Waipukurau, so if you're in the main street of Waipukurau, you can get there and drive there comfortably in 10 minutes. So, and the interesting thing about that, particularly for those of us that live there, and I went to school in Waipukurau, at high school there, nobody's actually aware of the lake. And I'm sure if you walk down the main street and ask them, where's Lake Waituma, they probably would shrug and say, what are you talking about? So it's one of the, unless you strike one of the older inhabitants who know the place. Anyway, it's not on the public radar screen, and there it is. So it's a significant ephemeral wetland in that it has no clear boundaries and works on the floods, the sort of water level boundaries. So that's how it is. It's a significant bird, fish and plant life. That's and quite unique to the plains in that area. The lake bed is privately owned, which makes it different from most other water bodies. You know, can talk further on that. And it's considered downgraded. And by your own words, that it is considered a priority wetland by both DOC and HBRC, but that has not materialised in any set programming or stream of funding or anything at this point, and that's part of the reason for me talking with you. So to delve into a little bit into our traditional history, and once again it's overlightly so. Whaituma was a significant mahinga kai where our people resourced their food, and that's the reason that our ancestors settled in that area. It's the prime reason for Māori settlement in that part of what's called Central Hawke's Bay, because of the source of eels and consequently parasites were built around there to defend it, and much of our stories of origin come from there. And for mine personally, I descend from the original people that settled there because of the lake. And you've heard of Ngāra Tupuna, that's been presented to this council before. That's centred around Puke Kaiho, which was Hunter Park, and that was built by one of our ancestors, Ruakuha, and of course the name of Waipukurau is Te Waipukurau o Ruakuha. So that links very deeply into our hapu history. At the advent of European settlement in Hawke's Bay, so in 1851, Governor Grey sent Donald Maclean into Hawke's Bay to get land, and the first place he worked on was Waipukurau. So what is now known as the Waipukurau Purchase took place in 1852. And that's a huge block of land that includes the present-day Waipukurau to the township of Waipawa, out towards Porongaho and down the Takapo Plains, a massive piece of land, and there's a whole books on this about the history of that. But inside of that was, of course, the lake, and Our tipuna lobbied for that lake to remain outside of the purchase. It was included in the purchase. And so the compromise was to have a reserve there, and there was a 5-acre reserve put there, and then over the passage of time, that 5-acre reserve disappeared somewhere. So that's, as far as settlement, European settlement goes, the land around there was divided into we would think of 10-acre blocks today, and these were holding paddocks for the outlying stations when they drove their cattle in from the coast and other places. They would rest their herds and fatten them up and then sell them at the market. So, and those still exist today, actually. They're now more regulated, but they were 10-acre blocks. That's on the eastern side. On the western side is just straight farmland. So that's what happened there. Today they've come into lifestyle blocks, what we understand as lifestyle blocks. As far as the local community went, there was recreational activities took place there. So there was a boat club, various attempts at all sorts of water sport. But because the lake level is not that high, it's not really conducive. But if you have a look at some photos back in the 1920s and 30s, there's actually yachts on there. And there was a big, what I want to talk about later, what's called the boat shed, is a remnant of that particular time. So those who, and there's not many of the old identities who can remember it, but they do remember quite a lot of activity down there in terms of local people going down and picnicking and stuff like that. In recent years, the only people that go down there are duck shooters. So there's quite a strong duck shooting fraternity that go on there in May every year and do their duck shooting. Unfortunately, it's also became a place where the hoons go, and so there's a lot of booze and drug parties down there and complaints from neighbours, which eventuated in us locking the gate and starting to try and put some semblance of order down there. But that's been the contemporary usage of the lake. From a tangata whenua point of view, I described earlier, there was a sort of many stories, but less and less usage on an organised fashion. I think up until about World War II, our people still went down there camping and would spend a week or so there catching all their tuna, drying it, and then take it home for the rest of the year. The two old queer that told us about these things directly, they've both passed away since, so they don't know. In my lifetime, I do remember going down with the old people eeling there, but it was just one day thing, go down, get your eels and go home. And then in recent years, I understand that nobody goes down there because it's easier to go to one of the local rivers and put your hinaki in there than it is to travel to the lake. So, yeah, that's the story of the lake. In fact, we've had to actively revive our oral history with our own people to bring back the key significance of that lake in our whakapapa. That's been a deliberate effort on our part to do that. Then we got to the age of the treaty settlement in 2018. And in 2018, what was called the Hatuma Recreational Reserve, which is just probably about 110 hectares, was vested back in our treaty trust, which is called today Tomatea Pōkai Whenua. So they formally own what was a dock reserve. And then there's an agreement under Crown supervision that there's a co-management Orangi Māori trust as you heard the voiceover speaking in the video. So those two trusts in turn appointed a management group, the Whaituba Management Group, and I chair the management group. So that's how it works. So on behalf of the two trusts, a group of four of us manage the reserve and represent Kaitiaki for the lake. And we started in June 2020 after the lockdown. We came into being, and any activity or all of the activity settled from there. So just to name the group, there's myself, there's Arapira Pawai, who's from Dannevirke, but very strong links to us. Joe Hepari, which some of you will know from Takapau, and Hana Wilcox from Porangahau. So we're the four that of the Whaituba Management Group. In taking over and with the treaty settlement, we reclaimed the name, so it had become known as Hatuma. The village and the area and the road is still under that, but we came back the full name Whaituma, and it comes from a sentence, well, it doesn't translate directly, but it comes from a sentence that te wahi te mākuna ai te whatamanua o te tangata. And what was told us by the old people, that means you have enough food until you're full. So the lake provided enough so that your hunger is taken away. And that's what the name Whaituma means. So we reclaimed that lake, and by law that is the name of the lake. That's been scheduled as the formal name. Popularly, people still use Hatuma as it, but those of us who are active don't do that. Anyway, we came to being in 2020, and after a series of community consultation and talking with our people, we settled on two, given the history might explain it, is that to restore the ecological health of the lake, under the banner in Māori, hikatia te Māori, so to lift the Māori, that's what that phrase. And the other one is because there has been a disassociation of people, so it's become kind of a dumping ground rather than something that you treasure. Whakakotahi e te iwi. So that's to reconnect people with that. So those are the two underpinning principles that we as a group have embarked on our responsibility as Kaitiaki to look after our taonga. So we've had a whole bunch of activities since 2020. I'll just quickly run through them. You heard on the clip there are over 16,000 plants. So this has been done mainly under a Jobs for Nature umbrella, but there has been some community gatherings of planting and stuff like that. They put out 80-odd traps and monitor them every three or 4 weeks. They go around the traps, and that's for ferrets and stoats and possums, etc., hedgehogs, and that kind of work's going out. There's been a monitoring of the quality of the water, so we collect samples and send them away to get monitored, and so people can can look at that. We've also done the bird monitoring, in particular the maituku, which is the Australasian bittern, which is an endangered bird species. And a while back, a PhD student from Massey came and spent 3 years at the lakeside, and she gained her PhD from the study of the maituku, and consequently she's one of New Zealand's leading bird specialists today. But she still maintains her link with us and the uniqueness of that particular bird. One of its more endearing habits is that in mating season, the males boom, and the boom can be heard from about 2 or 3 kilometres away. And it's amazing, quite an amazing phenomenon. So we have people monitoring down there, and they have these electronic devices which they can zero in and try and locate these birds. So that's an ongoing activity. We've held 10 hapu wānanga symposium on this, and we also held 4 meetings with neighbouring landowners and to get their opinions and how, and we're progressing on that. And one which I'll go into in some detail, school visits, a multitude of school visits, and then participating in weed control programs with some of the staff from Regional Council here, because there's an alligator weed infestation at the lake, which your staff know all about, and we participate as the arms and legs for some of that work. Yeah, so that's the bunch of activities that we've been involved in. And then in a specific thing, so we got an opportunity to consider whether an environmental centre, education centre might work there. So we had both a feasibility study and a concept plan drawn up. And the feasibility study said it was a feasible proposal, and the concept plan gave us some details into what construction of that would look like. So we've embarked on that program, and that monsters almost everything we do is the construction. So we're trying to get that working so that we can concentrate on other issues, but that in itself, and you saw, and I'll run that video again to detail, but I'll explain it now. Well, maybe I'll explain behind it. So the budget for it, or the cost of the construction, is around $4 million. And to date, we've raised about $500,000. So we've done a lot of preliminary work. And I'll give you some detail about that. The other thing that has happened is that adjacent to the entryway of Racecourse Road, the property there came up for sale. So one of our trust, Aorangi Māori Trust Board, purchased that property at some quite considerable expense to themselves. And the idea is that they will give us the acreage next to the lake and then sell a house to recoup some of their costs. And that's still happening. And I raise this for just to show how serious we are about this, because that was a major decision by a trust that not that well flushed with assets and with capital, but they did take a mortgage out and do that for us. So we're pretty serious about this. It's not a fly-by-night type of proposition. And I'll talk about what it comprises of, but I just want to talk about something else just now, is that as we worked through this and put it together, one of the major sort of realisations, I guess, is that almost everything we did there with the, so in our mind, we are kaitiaki looking after this taonga that belongs to everybody, but as we as the descendant kaitiaki want to look after and nurture. But when we started on this thing, what led us to, what a realisation came that almost everything we were doing led us back to education. And education in every form you can think of, from informal storytelling to 5-year-olds to very serious scientific study at the other end, with scientists working hard. So the whole spectrum of that. So that has kind of been a guideline for us to focus on and to do that. So I might start at the top end. Emma, could you stand up, please? I'd like to introduce you to Emma. Hi, this is Emma Passy, and she's doing a PhD on as the lake as a focal point. Well, maybe you'd like to explain what your PhD is.
You're okay, Dave. Yeah.
Emma, you'll need to come up to a microphone so people online can hear you.
Kia ora. So Emma Passy, I'm at the University of Waikato and a PhD candidate looking at environmental sociology, so looking at the narratives or the environmental narratives of the lake. So I'm meeting with people to find out how they connect with the lake, their sense of belonging to the lake, or if indeed they do connect to the lake. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, and Emma's prime supervisor is Dr. Edgar Burns, which you used to work for the regional council here, so you know Edgar. So this is Emma's one of Edgar's PhD candidates. So that's the connection there. So, and the other connection we have at that level is with Massey University. And we have been working for a couple of years with Massey University, with Dr. Ranraj Singh and a program called Catchment Solutions. So they pulled off quite a large research grant several years ago to look at water quality, mainly within the Manawatu River, but they spread it out into, with a bit of pushing from us, into Hawke's Bay, and have included the catchment areas around Takapo and the lake. So they're agricultural engineers, and they have this system of trenches and pumps and filters to offset the runoff from farms into fresh water. Mm-hmm. So we're working closely with them. We are starting at the other end. We've had kindergartens and early childhood groups and primary schools, and this year we started a firm relationship with Central Hawke's Bay College, the local high school, and their science department are making the lake a focal point for in their curriculum. And so I've spoken to some of their Year 9 science students, and they'll be taken down there by their teachers to do practical skills. We'll provide some of the oral history and some of the background for it. And so this is a growing relationship with our local schools. So, and then with our own people, we have storytelling areas because we have to tell our own people about some of the traditional history, which has sort of got lost in the history books and not passed on orally these days. So, as I said at the outset, education is a prime focal point, and I can only see it growing.
Yes.
just in terms of the build, to go back to the build, oh, sorry, not so much the build, but the what does it comprise of, the centre? So it comprises of a nursery, and in our sort of discussions, we realised that to restore the lake is going to take anything from 50 to 100 years to restore. And ballpark figure, we're going to need over 1 million plants. We're never going to have the funding to buy plants, so we have to propagate our own. So we've that's a prime part of the centre. Then there's an information centre, and this will link in with the work of Ngāra Tipuna, which I think you're familiar with. That was the power restoration work that Regional Council had a little bit of an interest in a few years back, and how that works in with visitors to the place and education as well. An activity centre, so that any relative activity, such as weaving, such as traditional medicine, rongoa, anything like that, then there will be a space for groups to carry that activity out. The covered walkways, so you can actually walk out and observe the lake. We're running out of time, are we? Okay. Yeah, okay, so, and you saw on the visually on that, and that's part of your record anyway, if you want to revisit that. So, yeah, well, really, I've just about finished that, and if are there any questions?
Kia ora, Dr. Maka. It's an extraordinary story and such an extraordinary picture of treaty settlement, which is so often now land being used, land coming back to Māori, which is actually then being regifted back to the community in these ways, which is sort of an extraordinary picture actually, because the commercial value of land, which is really what's needed through your settlements, is actually being negated by what you're doing environmentally. So I really acknowledge all of those who have been part of that, and your community connections. When you see your list of partners, is kind of the prime picture of all the things that can come together to make kind of the extraordinary change that we're going to need to see the region come to a new relationship to the environment, biodiversity and people. So I'm very thankful. I know that Regional Council is involved, like you say, in the alligator weed. I don't know if you want to make a quick comment, but we are a partner in some ways. Would you like to?
Morena koutou, councillors, and kia ora, Roger. Every time I hear the story from Roger, I learn more and more about the lake, so thank you. Yes, so look, our primary focus on the lake at the moment is in biosecurity. Alligator weed is something we're investing about 100,000 a year into trying to control and eventually eradicate. And we have supported the management group over the years, noting Roger's comment, which is true, that there's no plan, and it's that the approach has been lacking that, but it's something we want to work towards, is having a clear plan and some secure investment into that. But biosecurity is a big focus there at the moment, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, we are a little bit short on time, but is there a burning question or acknowledgement from anyone before we wrap up? Thank you. Kia ora, Councillor Hokianga.
O puera ki runga o whātuma ki raro. Tēnā koe, Papa Roger. It's always good to see that the narrative of the historical background of our sites, such as Whātuma, remain the same, unchanged, and we continue, like the kaka, to repeat the narrative so that it becomes more embedded in the knowledge, the ancient knowledge systems of our tipuna, and it remains unchanged. And when we look at those types of whakatauki, and I guess the definition and the explanation that you have given relating to Whātuma it provides us a signpost as to where we need to get to, where we once were and where we need to get to. The negotiated space is where we're at the moment, and the efforts that mana whenua are engaging with catchment groups and engaging with researchers and the likes to make sure that Mātauranga Māori and the views of mana whenua are embedded and inscribed into documents that ultimately become a reference point. And as you said at the beginning of your kōrero, that you're giving the information back to us that we've, as regional council, and it's a flag to say this is what you've provided us, and this is what we're saying. The alignment to the views and the efforts of mana whenua to continue to progress the well-being of the taiao and the sites of significance in and around Whātuma, and ultimately, the arbitraries that support the interest of an ongoing sustainable environment for Whātuma and Tamatea. Nō reira kei te pāpā, kia kaha tonu rā, ki te whakapuaki mai rā, i ngā hiahia, te moemoe ā, o te mana whenua, o te takiwā, o te tai whenua Tamatea. Tēnā ka mihi atu rā kia koe.
Kia ora, tēnā koe matua, pai ki te kiti a koe anō, me tautoko ngā kōrero, ngā mihi, kua mihi ake a koe, anō tēnā koe. It's always a pleasure to hear the journey and the richness, and we need to thank you for your leadership and your role in the management and restoration of Whātuma. You talked a bit around the ownership challenges that you have of the lake bed, and I know that we've got a hui coming up very soon to discuss that even further. I'm not 100% sure what that may look like, but are you able just to quickly share with us the challenges that you do have with the ownership of the lake bed, and possibly what role we can play in helping with that return?
Yes, okay. The first, possibly obvious one is that our group is too small, and we lack resources to fulfil our aspirations. So we have to work our way through. We have a plan for expanding responsibility because there's just too many different things. Also, as far as the management group goes, I've tried to shelter our group away from the bureaucracy and the politics, because they're all consuming, and we need to be at the action end of looking after the environment. Otherwise, we can fall down many rabbit holes. And so there are a couple of large issues, and there's a number of manageable, smaller challenges that we have. And so we understand that those smaller ones, we'll deal with them as we progress, and that will be just developmental side of things. I will just outline one major issue for your record, and actually the Regional Council previous administrations know this in detail. So I mentioned that the lake bed is private property, and if you look at the map and the map that gives property boundaries, you will see how it's all surveyed. Around about 80% of the water, the lake bed that is covered in water, is owned by a group called HR Holdings. And these are a group of Central Hawke's Bay residents that toss some money into the middle about 40, 50 years ago, I'm not sure how long ago, and bought it as property. And these were all duck shooting enthusiasts, and they have maintained ever since. About 7 or 8 years ago, they, I guess they're getting, like me, old, and being active duck shooters is sort of falling off their activity lists. So they thought about selling up. It actually came up at this committee about 7 or 8 years ago, and the then chairman brought it up to the committee. And that, how I found out about it was the Māori rep sitting on this committee came back and told me, said, "Did you know that the regional council are going to buy the lake?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" And that's, anyway, so that was the talk, and you can look into your own records. I won't go into that detail because you've got all that detail in your own records. But the reality is that you've had a property specialist look at it, came up with a figure. That figure was put to the owners, and they want double the figure that was put up there by the property specialists. We asked the CEO of Tamatea Pōkai Whenua to look into it a couple of years ago. He did delve into it, and that's where it lay. And we've been in touch with some of the major shareholders of that. They are adamant they want to sell, and they want to sell to tangata whenua, but it's in the too hard basket at this stage. And we as a management group, I said to our management, we're not going to get involved in this because we have to look after the environment. We'll let other people like Regional Council and some of our trustees on the settlement board talk about this. So that's probably the biggest challenge.
Good. Kia ora, we'll leave that with you.
Ian knows a lot of detail about this. So anyway, so that's probably the biggest challenge. I think there's another kind of thing to be discussed, and that's so. I was going to say in conclusion that I was looking forward to us, growing a multi-tiered relationship with the council at various levels. But primarily, I guess, we'll be communicating with you through our treaty trust because you're in a signed agreement with them, and that's probably a better way to do it. There might be some immediate programming stuff that makes sense to talk directly, but by and large, I think at these bigger issues that it's done rather than, we don't have the capacity to get into the game of lobbying. We simply don't. As volunteers, we've got enough on our plate trying to put the centre up. Yes. And yet we know this other stuff has to be done. For us to be successful, this other stuff has to go on, but we don't have the capacity. So we've said to some of our spokespersons, our chair people, our trustees, you guys do the talking, we'll do the community stuff and get our programs running. So in response anyway, that's probably the two big challenges that will need some working through and lots of discussion and lots of pros and cons. And so I'll leave it there for happy to answer any questions, but it's better discussed at another level. Yeah.
And it sounds like it's sitting somewhere with a further discussion, yes. Ngā mihi mai o ha. Thank you again, Dr. Marker, for your time. It's really interesting and important for the table, so we're really appreciative of your time. And safe travels today.
Thank you.
Back.
I'll just make one last closing comment, because when I was looking at the facts and figures and came across your thing, there's a statement in there that the water level of the lake is artificially managed, and it's the responsibility of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council to decide on what the level of the lake is. So, kei a koutou.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Item 5, update on the IRG flood control and drainage program. Chris, do you want to introduce?
So John and Jess will come on down for these two next items.
Thank you.
Being delivered through our IPMO. So of course, just as a reminder, the IRG was that COVID funding where it was a co-investment program to sort of accelerate our flood resilience journey, and that was a $30 million program, which is we're in the tail end of. and of course our Niue Flood Resilience Program, which is a significant program, not only looking at our Category 2C areas, but other communities all around the region. And of course, this work is in addition to, I think, the 71 million we've already spent repairing infrastructure and many tens of millions of dollars dealing with debris and woody debris in our schemes as well. So there's a comprehensive effort there. And I think John will just go over some of the key points of the IRG paper and then the Niue program, and then we're happy to answer any questions,
Any
Chair.
questions? Thank you. Yes, and John and Jess, you can take the papers as read. So yes, some high-level comments would be excellent.
Kia ora tātou. If I talk to the IRG report first, then the first part of the report is a bit of a background on the program and how it was modified post-cyclone. So I'll skip to the current status update. With regard to Motio stop bank upgrade and Omaranui stop bank upgrade, the upgrades and proper have been paused following the cyclone and awaiting scheme review feedback to determine what, if any, project work might continue on those reaches of the river. But given we'd undertaken to develop some cultural impact assessments for those reaches prior to the cyclone, we've continued to work with Mana Whenua to acquire those cultural impact assessments. Notwithstanding that, our Mana Whenua are very, very resource constrained with a lot of demands on their time. So for these small pieces of work, we may be time constrained or capacity constrained to deliver those, but we'll keep working with Mana Whenua as we move through those. Clive River erosion protection at the Farndon Road bend. This work is progressing well. We're just moving through finalising detailed design. We have enabling works underway currently, creating access and stripping back for a stockpiling of rock. We are tendering for the provision of rock. The rock we require is stronger than the limestone we can acquire locally, so we've gone to open market. And the team are working with Mana Whenua for the development of a cultural impact assessment. East Clive Stop Bank Upgrade. This project scope is to design through to a stage that will support a resource consent and ideally submit a resource consent for this work. So that work is progressing and the resource consent applications are almost ready for lodgement. Gravel extraction. So work has commenced on tranche 4 of gravel extraction in Upper Tukituki flood control scheme. 16,000 cubic metres of gravel has been extracted from the Waipara River downstream of the State Highway Bridge, with further extraction due above the bridge. Now that the river levels have dropped, we're now in bird nesting season, so we're working through the requirements around that. And we're also out to tender on tranche 5, which is likely to be our last tranche of gravel extraction under this funding program, where we're targeting around 90,000 cubic metres from the Tukipo and Manganuku rivers. That should commence early 2025. Moving right along, recommissioning the Maraenui Stop Bank. Geotech investigations have been completed, preliminary design has been completed, and we're moving into detailed design. We do have a cultural impact assessment for this project, and the team are working with the Maraenui Golf Course and Napier City Council in relation to this work. A new project under the revised program is the development of a borrow catalogue. So this aims to identify where available material is in the reaches of our rivers within the Heretaunga Plains. So that is progressing quite well with the help of a summer student who's doing some great work recording all of the already available geotech data. We'll do some testing to fill in any gaps in the new year. Investigation design for future upgrade works. So you can see there's 5 reaches of river that we're investigating currently. Those have all been tendered and awarded to geotech firms to undertake geotech investigation and design. At the point where we complete the design, that's where those projects will be paused, awaiting any input from the scheme reviews to determine what the future of those projects might be. We are working with mana whenua for cultural impact assessments on those as well. As we've identified previously, undertake a partial plan change to the Hastings District Council District Plan. This is not funded by the Kanoa program, but we've progressed it as part of our NIWI program because it influences a number of initiatives that we have under that program. So we have a plan change that's been drafted and we're currently reviewing before lodgement, so that's progressed well. This is a quite an intense program of work, all aiming to be completed by the end of June next year. And as we know with project work, we will work with the best of intentions, but engagement is key in this work, and will drive timeframes to some degree.
Yes. Just a question from me, John, before I open up. The new project to look at the borrow material.
Yes.
Have we found that what we thought and what we've used in the past now isn't appropriate and we could be short for borrow material? Why has it become a new project? Have we learnt something new? Are we looking for something new?
This was a thought that was born, I guess, out of the original IRG program with regard to the construction of stop banks or upgrading of stop banks, where we knew there'd been a lot of investigation and geotech work done around our rivers, but that information wasn't collated in one location. And so every time we had a project, we had to go and do a lot of searching, maybe some more geotech work to determine where suitable material lay and the quantity of that material. So we thought, well, off the back of that, this would be a great project to pull together to inform any future IRG or any other program of work going forward. It would also, I think, help inform our engineering and gravel assurance teams with regard to what volumes might be allocated to either our projects or third parties into the future.
Yeah,
Yep.
sounds like a great idea. Councillor Van Beek up on screen there.
Yeah, talking about stop banks and material to be used to build. We still continue to build the stop banks the way we have done in the past with the material available, because it's proven very clearly that our stop banks are not designed for overtopping. We all know through climate change that we will have to live with overtopping in the future. So are we re-engineering the makeup of our stop banks in such a way that they can withstand a certain amount of overtopping? It doesn't actually have to be long periods like they do in other parts of the world. We generally 3 to 4 days, even Cyclone Gabriel, 3-4 days, and the river subsides very rapidly. That's if we actually have an open channel into the ocean. So, are we re-engineering? Are we looking at different material to make our stop banks overtoppable? And that's a very simple statement. But I would like to have the answer because we've talked about this quite a bit since Cyclone.
Yeah, so I'm probably happy to cover that one. So the main piece of work we're doing is around reimagining both the Helatonga and Upper Tukituki schemes. So acknowledging that when we build schemes of a consistent level of service, then there will be overtopping in different places during an over-design event. So our primary approach to the problem that you're describing is to reimagine or redetermine for those schemes where the water goes. So we're not necessarily saying in the future that water should be overtopping stop banks. We want to work with the community to understand where that flood water should go and give room in the river for the flood through different, so either secondary flow channels, areas where that water might go. So In terms of the IRG program, you'll note a lot of those actually aren't going into construction. And that's so that we are ready to respond to that scheme review and also have projects well down the road when it comes to Crown funding, because one of the things the flood resilience program, or beyond the deluge program, wants is projects that are shovel ready, already consented, ready to go. So that puts us in a strong position. So in short, our strategy is around reimagining our infrastructure rather than building a couple of new sections with a different engineering standard. They may not necessarily be sections that are over top. Yep, so that's pretty much our response to that question, Councillor.
Okay, Councillor.
So, yeah, I've got a second. My question, I didn't get an answer of my question.
So have we changed the engineering standard to make stock banks overtoppable without damage? Was that the question?
Correct, that was the question.
So no, we have not fundamentally changed the rationale to allow our stock banks to be overtopped without damage. Okay. Our response is to reimagine our scheme so that we know where that water goes. We don't want to have a scheme that relies on overtopping of stock banks.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Foley.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to open up saying, as a councillor that was involved from the start of this project, it's and getting to the end, it's been great to see some of the successes, and particularly around gravel extraction and the numbers is impressive. And where would we be if we hadn't initiated this those few years ago? I just wanted to kind of point to the Manganook, the extra extraction coming out of the Manganook as a point of reference. And we did some extraction there roughly 2 or 3 years ago, and we're going back to the same spot. And the amount is actually more than the first time, which kind of just shows the replenishment, if you like, of the gravel. And so I don't know if I've got a question here, but I guess I just point to where the community is going to be largely when we go down with the engagement on reimagining rivers, and a lot of people are going to point to or ask the question and hopefully be help with the development is how do we continue this? Because while we've seen some great success up till now, it doesn't mean that the job's finished. So, and I know that's not going to be news to you, and it's nothing new from me, but I continually get asked that almost on a daily basis, which is probably no surprise to you guys.
Thanks for that, Councillor Foley. Yes, we are often asked, well, what next? And obviously that requires funding to be able to progress. I imagine the scheme reviews will help to inform that picture as well. Sorry, I'm not talking into the microphone, I'm talking to the screen.
It does pick up quite
yeah, I could hear.
Yes, and I guess with regard to gravel extraction, we had an original budget of 8 million, targeting 800,000 cubic metres of gravel, which we have far exceeded, and will further exceed with tranche 5. But yeah, that's a great question. What next? There are further rounds of funding in the Before the Deluge program of work that hopefully will present opportunities for us in the future.
That's crossed.
Sorry, Chair, can I just have one more, please?
Sure.
Just the Highway 50 Waipara River Bridge. So obviously that program of work was done some time ago and completed, and so not exactly IRG work, but related is the I guess could you just comment on the work upstream of that at the moment, which presumably is more work to protect that bridge. Could you just comment on the progress of that work and its kind of intended outcome?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Councillor Foley. So post-cyclone, we identified 6 sites of riverbank erosion upstream of the State Highway 50 bridge, at Waipara Bridge. We identified those through the engineering team and captured those in work packages that the IPMO and its predecessor have project managed the solutions to. So we've installed rope and rail, and I believe we've planted poles in a number of those locations. Out of the 6 sites, five have been completed, with a rope and rail also installed in the last one. At this point in time, there's still a question as to whether we go back in at the downstream most or immediately upstream of the bridge and install further ACBONs as per the original IRG program. But that's a point of discussion at this point in time. So that work was undertaken to try to stop the river moving laterally. Once it starts going lateral, it's hard to correct, so we've got to work from upstream and come downstream. So that work should help to push the river back into the main channel and keep it there.
Just keep the gate open, Gil. Keep it open, okay? Thank you.
Can you?
Yep. So hopefully that answers your question. The work's largely complete, Will.
Thank you.
Councillor Foley.
Councillor
Thank you.
Ormsby, and then Councillor Curtin, and then Councillor Williams. Oh, and then Councillor McIntosh. Right.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Thanks, team. Hey, my question is based around the projects not part of the original program that have been mentioned in this paper, in this item. So if they're not an IRG original project or part of the program, can you just talk us through what the funding mechanisms are for those new programs?
So happy to give that a crack.
Feel free, Chris.
So obviously pre-cyclone, we had a program, the IRG program had a number of projects that aimed to raise the level of service to a 1 in 500 year level of service. And that was consistent with the decision of this council back in, I think, the 2015 LTP. And that was a direction of travel. So post-cyclone, we reflected around our strategy, and effectively that 1 in 500 building everything taller but to the same standard was put on hold, pending a reimagining of our 2 big schemes, which we're part way through. So we've completed a lot of the base technical work as a starting point, and we've been presenting to council about how we engage with our communities for those discussions. So we worked with Kānoa, acknowledging that we weren't going to blindly continue the program. And so a lot of this is what you'd call preparatory work. We're still continuing on that background geotechnical work, engaging with mana whenua. That puts us in a strong position that when we have reimagined and we have a clear direction on the future of our schemes, we have a whole raft of projects that may be ready to go. So we're using some of that Kānoa funding to get ready, but the execution of that work will be subject to future funding decisions. Could be part of the before the deluge funding that the Crown has available, acknowledging that, as I said before, they want projects that are effectively shovel ready and ready to go, not at their inception. So it's about preparing for funding opportunities, working consistently with future direction, and not spending capital in a regretful way.
Thank you. 2 more questions.
Sure, and maintaining relationship with Kānoa and keeping them updated so they're happy. Yep. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Second question is future upgrades on Paris 70, and it's just geotech investigations and detailed design. How were those 4 sites prioritised? But what were the themes in which those 4 get the first go?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is a good question. Thank you. So those 4 sites were identified in the original program of work where the whole of the Hiratonga Plains and all of the reaches of stop banks were worked through a multi-criteria analysis, looking at a number of criteria that I don't recall to the top of my head, but they went through a multi-criteria analysis to identify what order should be addressed first, second, third, and so on. And so these reaches were the next cabs off the rank after the four reaches that we'd already looked at, which were Taradale, Omoranui, Mauteo, and Ngātarawa.
Last question, please,
Sure.
Chair.
Yes.
In point 78, you talk about a private plan change. So this intrigues me. What does that look like?
So, in short, I'll explain the problem.
Yeah.
So the problem that we encountered on some of our projects is restrictions on earthworks under highly valuable soils. And so when that plan was put together, in some locations, the line of the important soils goes to the centre line of the river. And so it actually enters the hazard zone of the scheme. And so we were having to get earth moving consents for very small volumes of earth because we were being treated as if we were an orchard. And this plan change simply recognises and attempts to put those boundaries in the right place. And so there was a lot of discussions with officers about, look at this situation, it doesn't quite make sense, but we weren't able to navigate through it without addressing it formally.
And a bit further to that, there are a number of rules in the Hastings District Council District Plan that have exclusions for the work that we do in and around our rivers, except for the one irrigating earthworks within the river boundary. So we consulted quite closely with Hastings District Council on this. They were supportive of the approach of a private plan change to make our stop bank maintenance and upgrade work permitted activity, with conditions obviously in relation to our code of practice for the work that we do. So with that support, we've progressed this piece of work.
Thank you. Thanks, Tim.
Councillor Curtin?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Can I probably question for Chris, a series of questions for Chris. I'm referring to your paragraph 1 in the paper, which wants to update the council on these projects. I don't feel updated, and I'll tell you why. If I go to paragraph 8, you've got 5. The funding was proposed to deliver 5 upgrades. I don't see a summation of 5 upgrades. I'm reflecting on the time frame, which we've pushed out to the 30th of June. I get that, 25. And then we've recorded under Heritonga scheme, Mauteo, Omoranui, Clive River erosion, and East Clive. So we've got 4 there. We seem to be 1 short. I go to paragraph 79, program summary. And I'm seeing something, a table I don't understand what you're trying to tell me. So what I'm wanting to know is, where did you start? What programs, what proposals were, what upgrades were proposed, where you're at with them, how much have you spent, and a table telling me that would be helpful. I note you're doing a review of it. Is it that you're saying there in your paragraph 1 that this is not a comprehensive review, or it's certainly not that, of all activities being undertaken is going to be done later on. So can you help me understand in one table or something where you're at with your projects, and to explain the table around Ruahapuri, Chesterhope, Brookfields, etc. How have they got into the frame on the IRGs?
Before you answer, Chris, Councillor Curtin, if you want a different format or a different summary in a different way, I understand your question. I don't think we can ask staff or Chris to provide that now on the hoof. I'm happy for you to answer it, Chris, but if this is a different way in which this information needs to come out, then that can happen post this meeting.
So yes, if there's I guess, so to start off, this is the format we've probably presented the program for the past 4 meetings of the ICC,
Yeah.
roughly. If there is a direction for a different style or more detail in the report, we're happy to receive that direction and change the report for next time. We have had sessions in the past where we have explained the Carnoa variation. And I think this report clearly explains that most of the projects in the original Carnoa application have actually been completed. Or the other thing is we're happy to have an offline briefing with Councillor Curtin to go through it in detail. So there are some options on the table, and I guess we're happy to take your direction, Chair.
If you're looking for some specific answers, that can be answered easily through this report on what the 5 projects are, but what you're asking for actually is a new report.
Well, it's not really. This is an update of those programs.
Correct.
And what I'm not seeing is the complete schedule of what was proposed and where we're at.
Yes.
I don't know how much you've spent and how much you're going to spend, when's the project completion, etc. So what I'm saying is this doesn't do it in terms of, if you like, a summation of where the projects are at the moment.
Okay, so that's what we'd like to see, the original program in one table, the original programs, the original costings, those completed, final budgets, and the spend on the ongoing projects. Can we see that in one table? Is that?
Yeah, we can. So that's the original plan and the new plan with financials. And so the EICC does want to receive the detailed financials. In other programs, we've taken the financials to the C&S committee and spoken about achievement and I guess the placement of the projects in here.
I think what we're looking for, if you look at the work program at number 6 in the report, the simple program cost, the co-funding, the funding, and then if it's been completed, just the final cost number in there, or if it's ongoing, how much is spent, probably. I don't think we're looking for highly detailed.
No,
You'd like to know
simply at a
20 million, co-funding 7, 12.8, still 2 million to spend to finalise, or completed over or under budget. Is that what you're looking for? So no, I don't think we're looking for high details.
Yes, that's okay. So we'll amend the next report.
Thank you. Councillor Williams?
Thank you. Look, I've got a package of questions that are really the same question, but I just wanted to understand the reference to the 5 projects at paragraph 8. Presumably that included originally Taradale, Morsio, Umaranui, Clive River and East Clive, right?
Correct.
And was the idea that all 5 of those, of which Taradale's been completed, would be brought up to the 1 in 500?
Correct.
So if we don't meet the consenting deadlines for Morsio and Umaranui or East Clive, in other words, we don't get consents in time to complete by June 2025, those stock banks won't be raised to 1 in 500 within the current funding arrangements.
Correct, with a bit of clarification. So Motio and Omanui aren't intended to be constructed under this program of work. While we have a design completed for Motio, that one was paused as a result of the cyclone and awaiting the scheme review to inform the future direction of that reach and that stop bank. And with Omanui, at the point of the cyclone, we had a 60% design. And that one is in the same situation.
So they were only ever intended within that revised package to get to the post-consenting phase anyway.
Correct. Yes.
And the Clive River erosion, there's no mention of consenting in there. Does that not have a consenting constraint?
That is, we're just clarifying that, but we believe that it's river maintenance work and can be undertaken under the RRMP, but we are just doing our final checks on that.
So that hasn't got the same sort of problem with the CIA timeframe.
No. Okay.
And finally, so yeah, I'd be interested to know of the money that we didn't spend on Taradale that's left within that 20, how much is left and what might happen to it if we don't get across the line before June.
Sure. Yes.
Finally, Chair, I had a question very similar to Councillor Ormsby. The Raupari, Chester Hope, Brookfield Park Wharfi Regional Park projects, they're nothing to do with the Niwi projects of bringing areas that were damaged in the cyclone back up to new 100. They're completely different.
That's correct.
Priorities that had previously been set.
Yep, so there may be some overlap.
Yeah.
But it's a different list. So it's the extension of the MCA analysis of priorities, and whereas the 30 million is for retrofitting repaired stock banks.
That just happened to be damaged during the
Yeah, that were damaged. Yeah, that were damaged.
And so that's great. So that might just get you in a position for those ones where, as you say, we're better placed for a shovel-ready kind of proposition under the deluge. Thank you very much. It's been really helpful just trying to figure out how all of this fits together. If we don't understand it, how do we explain it to our communities?
Exactly. Yes. And I think the point is that it's the variation to the Kānoa scheme post the cyclone that has brought about the changes. Councillor McIntosh.
Follow up to Councillor Van Beek's question regarding stop banks.
Yep.
Am I right that stop banks are most exposed next to bridges? I'm thinking Omahu. And if they are, in fact, then should we be doing something a bit different engineering-wise in those sections?
Yep, so good question. So what we learnt, some of the recommendations out of the HBIFR is to understand the relationship between structures and stop banks. So bridges is one example, and the other example is access tracks, where we saw localised high water around those structures. So I think the answer is twofold. One is where bridges were effectively written off and are to be replaced, they will be replaced often higher with less infrastructure in the river itself. So that assists with that process. And in terms of some of our design philosophy, it's now allowing for higher sections of stop bank or allowing for those local effects in the design. So that has been taken on board. Okay. So that's how we would address that, for example.
Good. Thank you. We have a recommendation to receive the report. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Ormsby, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Hokianga. Would you like to?
No, thank you.
Any further comments? No? We have a mover and a seconder. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Thank you. Carried. And we'll roll into item 6, update on the Niwi Resilience Programs. Same people. Again, we have, can take the report as read. Is there anything specific you'd like to highlight in the report, or would you like to go into questions?
I've got a lot of stuff I've highlighted here if you want me to touch on the highlights.
Yes, please do.
But I'll take your lead.
No, please do, if you've got some
All
highlights
right. Do we want, does Andrew and Sarah want to join us?
Oh, okay. So that would be nice. Chris, maybe if you could introduce, or Nick, introduce Andrew to the table as well.
So we have Andrew Casely and Sarah. So Andrew has been employed by Nick to assist the IPMO in moving forward and facilitate, a bit of a extra horsepower integrating with our partners and also looking at any debottlenecking and assistance in the program. So that's why Andrew's there, and we've got Sarah who heads up our comms and engagement teams.
Welcome, Andrew. Some people watching or here or watching in the future might recognise you from years before, because you were here how long ago? I think 15 years?
18 years.
18 years ago.
A fair while ago.
There we are. The table probably looks the same. If you'd like to introduce yourself briefly, as it's your first time coming to council, we'd be very happy to hear from you.
Yeah, certainly. First point I make is I'm not an engineer, so if anybody's asking me about armouring of stop banks, I might have a layperson opinion, but not a technical professional one. My background is in commerce. I did an accountancy major in my university days, which is a long time ago now. And I was here at the Regional Council for 16 and a half years, I think it was, 13 and a half years as the CE. Left in early 2007, and for the next 10 years I worked for one of the larger environmental and engineering consultancies, Stantec, which was previously MWH. So I'm very familiar with the professional services that Council now draws on extensively, and hope I can add some value in terms of how they're managed and the expectations around what they provide for you. When I left MWH Stantec, I did a 6.5-year term in Wellington as Chief Executive of the Energy and Efficiency Conservation Authority in Wellington, under predominantly a Labor government with a predominant focus on decarbonisation. So interesting here you talk about your IRG projects, because we had about 7 as well that we are still delivering, or they are still delivering. They were far from shovel ready. So I've been, I think, 3 weeks or so now, Nick, with my feet under the table, taken the opportunity to familiarise myself with each of the projects that are underway. I've been up to Wairau, so I've got a feel on the ground up there for what things look like with Lawrence Yule. I've had several meetings with Graham Mitchell at Crown Infrastructure Partners and Fraser Robertson as I familiarise myself with what their expectations are. And tomorrow we have our first, get this acronym right, Cyclone Recovery Unit joint session in Hastings. So that will be interesting, because I don't know Katrina Casey, who is the head of that unit, and look forward to getting to know what her priorities are, given the criticality of that organisation reporting back to ministers, which have a lot of scrutiny on this program, as you're all aware. But at the moment, and Nick and I are meeting weekly as we talk about what it is that I'm seeing, and likewise with John and Chris and Jess and others, as to just where I see the opportunities to allow things to go perhaps faster. That's possible, because I know there's a lot of pressure on that. But equally, and just in conclusion, that land access issue, as you all know, is mission critical, and the interaction that it requires to get that right with both directly affected landowners and the broader community. The other one is the cost side of things, because the council at the end of the day is clearly the ultimate underwriter of final cost, and I know that that's a major issue for you and can totally understand that. And then just the process of getting those consents as well, and we just heard reference to that, is that while there is an order in council, it's still a process that needs to be carefully worked through, or it could trip you up badly with judicial reviews or whatever may flow from that. So they're just some of the highlights of what I've seen to date.
Warm welcome. Thank you. Back to you, John.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll focus on some of the achievements that we've made across the program in the last quarter. So in no particular order, Parongaho has been recategorised from category 2A to 2C. That being the last of the Hawke's Bay community to move to 2C. Enabling works have begun in Waiheke. It was celebrated by Dawn Karakia, making this the first Niwi project to break ground. We have 4 PDPs, project delivery plans, that have been approved by ministers. 4 more have been submitted for approval, and leaving after Christmas the full Wairoa, full Whirinaki, and the rapid repair delivery plans to be submitted before the end of March. As has been alluded to, we've onboarded Andrew, our Recovery Director, and Matt Flannery, our Senior Technical Advisor, to the program, and they are bringing a fresh set of eyes to that and helping us look for opportunities to improve our delivery. We have procured a preferred supplier list for the land category program of work. That was our first step, and we're now getting close to moving into second steps for each of the projects. We've had very positive progress with the Māori Land Court, particularly in relation to the Wairoa project, where they're setting up to support whānau in the affected project areas and supporting them through the process. we obviously do still and are managing some risks. Those risks, as Andrew's pointed to, is engagement with our communities that is closely linked to our land access requirements and negotiations in that space. They have a direct impact on project timing and cost pressures, particularly in relation to Whirinaki project. Just touching on procurement a little bit more. As I mentioned, we have a preferred supplier list with 2 pools of contractors for the land category projects. That now enables us to progress with closed tenders to those pools for our projects. And we're just working through the timing of that in relation to at what point in maturity of design do we undertake that competitive tender process, and in relation to that, applying for consents and award. On a wider scale, the program procurement, we have a number of procurement initiatives underway. We are looking to implement HBRC's Progressive Procurement Toolkit in relation to those works and specifically the land category work. So we're looking for a number of opportunities there to do that. Comms and engagement. It's a very active space, as you all well know. And off the back of our recent community meetings in Ohidi, we're looking to pivot somewhat and set up our OIC stakeholder engagement groups early in the form of a community engagement group that can then morph into and meet the requirements of our OIC consents as we enter into construction. Thanks, Jess. Jess will obviously correct me if I get off track or add value where she sees fit. With regard to land category project updates, starting with Wairoa, this has been led and guided by the Crown Manager, which is moving forward with good progress, particularly with regard to public engagement with the wider community and the landowners potentially affected by the 2 technically viable options, albeit other options that are proposed through the process are also being looked at. So some positive progress being made there. That community engagement is traversing the 18 long list of options that were originally developed and identifying why they were discounted and why those that have carried through have been carried through. Number of who have been held with affected landowners and have been well received with good engagement through that process and good information and feedback coming from those. With regard to the Whirinaki project, we had previously identified that we had a number of properties there that we needed to achieve land access agreements with. 2 of those properties have been designed out, which was one of our approaches to that challenge. So that's been successful in reducing the number of agreements we require. The project is experiencing slight delays as a result of those engagements on land access continuing, but I believe they're moving in a positive direction. We're still working on the funding for this project with some positive steps being made with regard to that funding in conjunction with the Crown and PanPac. We're also continuing to partner with Patani Marae on the development of a cultural impact assessment for the area. And we've continued with our geotech testing, particularly around the Urupā with the blessing of Mana Whenua. Moving to Waiheke, as previously mentioned, we have appointed a contractor for the enabling works, and that is about to get underway. Main construction is scheduled for April next year. We do have a memorandum of understanding with the golf course with regard to that land there, and I believe we have a signed sale and purchase agreement with the golf course as well. We are partnering with Mana Whenua around the stream realignment and a planting plan for the offset of that impact. Moving right along, Ohiri, this project has experienced some delays as we work with landowners around land access, and those negotiations continue. As previously alluded to, there's a significant shift towards community-led engagement around this project that we're looking to adopt for the rest of our program. We had intended to be undertaking streamworks in October, month just gone by. However, we're still working on interest in adjacent land and the stockpile area, so that work has been delayed. Construction work is targeted for early next year. This is entirely dependent on land access being achieved. Pakuwhai, this project is on track. Number of landowner engagements have been undertaken to date, site walkovers included, and we continue to meet with those landowners. As you are no doubt aware, there have been some concerns raised over the Pakuwhai Hall that surfaced in the media, so the project team are working through that, and negotiations are continuing in a positive manner. Porongaho engagement is on track after we've upped our efforts in that regard. A lot of work has been undertaken with the community, including drop-in sessions, individual home visits by our comms and engagement team and the senior project manager, and those are proving valuable. As identified, this community's moved from category 2A to 2C, and the project is largely on track in that regard. Moving on to telemetry, this project is on track. Our senior project manager is working very closely with the hydrology team, and that's proving to be a pretty good relationship. There's 32 critical sites, if not more, that have been identified for upgrade. And while our delivery phase was scheduled to start in January, the team have actually begun work on a number of sites, which is pretty fantastic. Hydrology team is advertising for some contract resources to help deliver the program, so that's still a point of interest, and we've started bulk and phase procurement for technical equipment. Pump stations, this project is on track. We've undertaken a number of investigations, including ecology. Our first cultural impact assessment has been obtained, and we continue our efforts in that space. We have completed the first stage of our procurement on this program of work, with 3 shortlisted contractors being identified, and they're carrying through with a concept design for pricing, so that we can then select a single contractor to carry through for design completion. Scheme reviews, this project is on track. We have 18 scheme reviews across 3 packages. The 2 existing scheme reviews for Hiratonga Plains and Upper Tukituki schemes are largely completed and are just undergoing an internal review. We also have 2 design scheme packages underway for Esquelly and Whirinaki. Engagement plan has been developed for those scheme reviews at this point in time. Rapid rebuild, level of service upgrades. So this was touched on earlier on the IRG program with questions. This is where we have some funding available to lift previously repaired sites up to the post-cyclone 100-year level of service. So that's going through a multi-criteria analysis to prioritise sites identified. They will then be worked through a project scoping document and briefing document, and then they'll be assigned to the IPMO. So we're expecting the first of those to land ideally before Christmas. Havelock North, this project is on track. Maintenance of the stream continues as the project team works through property rights requirements with the multiple landowners involved. And that was a summary, believe it or not. Thanks for your patience as we work through that.
Thanks, John.
Kia ora, thank you for the summary.
There's so much more.
Another warm welcome to Andrew, and thank you for joining us and bringing all your expertise to the team. Okay, I've got a couple of questions left here. you know, and I totally agree with the increasingly challenging environment that our team needs to work in, whether it be in access to land or community engagement. But there have been some great achievements seen in this paper, so I really do thank the team for that. In terms of Whirinaki and Awatoto, and this might be for you more, Chris, than John, they're considered a part of our IPMO program and projects, is that correct? And then can you just update us on where we are with those groups that we have an agreement with?
Yep. So in terms of Whirinaki, the Whirinaki project is a part of the Niwi project. As we've identified, there's some significant cost pressures on that, and also the involvement of an NZTA asset that needs to be changed. So on that, it's officially part of the Niwi program, and we are working through our chief executive with Kānoa, with the Crown Infrastructure Partners, who's the administrator of our contract, to find a pathway through that funding gap. And indications so far have been positive in those discussions. But they're certainly not resolved, and there's quite a lot of work that needs to be done still. In terms of Awatoto, that's different. In terms of it gets a little bit confusing because we have two pump stations in Awatoto. So they are part of the drainage scheme, and they were extensively damaged in the cyclone. And so the Niwi program is to replace them with new pump stations that will have higher levels of service for stormwater. And in relation to the Awatoto industrial strip, that level of service will go from a rural level of service to an urban level of service. And you'd normally expect an urban level of service for an industrial park. So we're working with the industry group in Awatoto, and they're very much looking at a proposal of a secondary stop bank. And so that's not officially part of the Niwi program, but the council is working closely with them and has an MOU with them. And so we've taken all of their work that they had initiated and we've put that into the technical work that we've been doing around as a precursor to reimagining our scheme. So the teams are working together quite closely, and the technical teams are meeting to discuss the pros and cons and how to make things work. The Awatoto secondary containment proposal is also included in the OIC, so the footprint for that project is in the OIC. That should it be able to be funded, then there's the OIC pathway for consenting. So that's, and I guess, so the next question about funding for that is still to be resolved.
Right. Just to clarify, the collaborative partnerships involved with those two projects, does the Regional Recovery Agency support us in any shape or form in those two projects?
I'll leave that to you, Nick. Yep.
Yeah, they've provided some advice around approaches to Kānoa. So PanPac had initiated a funding application to Kānoa under the Regional Infrastructure Fund and got some support both from us and the RRA in terms of getting the first draft of that written. And similarly, Awatoto, I think when we're looking at the Regional Infrastructure Fund, the region as a whole is looking to tell us a narrative to government around a number of significant industrial sites that need protection from an economic sense for the region, but that I guess while we are focused on the human life and 2A to 2C, or sorry, 2C to 1 piece, additional help from the Crown to get those projects moving.
And presumably this Friday with Minister Jones in town, that is the perfect opportunity to do that.
Indeed.
Okay, last question, sorry, Chair. The Ohiti project, I understand in an advisory group, a terms of reference for an advisory group has been formed. Can you provide an update and when likely the first meeting is going to happen for that group?
Did you want to provide that?
I'm happy to, because I've just got a text.
Right.
So there was a further meeting last night. Just excuse me while I read it. Further meeting last night. Terms of reference very close now, and a discussion about the way that the group will operate. Jess Easton, who'd been looking at those terms of reference for us with B2R and Piringa Hapu, will catch up with the project team shortly. And I don't have a date, I'm afraid, but it sounds as though we're pretty close to now having a good way forward.
That would be great.
Two dates have been, can I just interrupt? Sorry, Nick. Tuesday the 10th of December and Tuesday the 17th of December have been mooted as two possible dates. So obviously very quick.
Close.
Yeah.
Thank you. Fantastic.
Jess? You didn't want to make any other comments?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ormsby. Councillor McIntosh.
Two unrelated questions. Timing-wise, are we most exposed at Wairoa and Ohiti is the first question. And the second one is the budgets for all this were put together with a lot of haste some time ago. And given that, is there any opportunity to transfer funds between projects? By that I mean, if we're under in one project, can you use it in another?
So there was two questions there, wasn't there? So the second question, yes. So look, we're very alive to the fact that budgets were put together while there was a huge volume of work being done in Gabriel Recovery, and it wasn't like we had a plan sitting on the cupboard for some of these locations that had done all of the background. So you're correct, the work was done in haste to meet timelines set by the Crown, and we were very successful in that funding from the Crown. I think one of the biggest investments in flood resilience for a region. So, but that comes with some pressures, and the first one is there's no escalation clause within that contract, so it's dollars of the day. And as we're seeing through the project, there's a huge effort in consultation with both of the communities or community members that have land in the proposed footprint, the near community, and then the wider community. And so we're really resourcing up and pivoting in those areas. So yeah, cost is significant. We're using a lot of tools to help us understand that, getting a lot of independent advice on those costs so we can bring up any issues very early.
Yeah, my question was, if you're under in one, can you use it in another?
Yeah, so we are certainly discussing that with the administrator of the contract. That is our preferred approach, and it's quite normal to manage a program of work rather than specific projects. So I think our administrator is attuned to that. There is nothing in writing that commits us to that approach, but we continue to work through these issues with Crown Infrastructure Partners.
Through you, Chair. Oh, sorry, Andrew, you go.
Can I just make an observation on that?
Sure.
Because I think it's a really critical point for council, as you'd all appreciate, is that, and Jess and I were just talking about this yesterday, CIP, in my view, need to be convinced about the criticality of that yet, because, as Councillor McIntosh said, these estimates were done very quickly at a very early stage with only high-level ideas of what physical works may result, let alone the land access issues that would arise as well. So when you look at the project contingencies, they're significant in some instances, which is great. But equally, when you're facing cost pressures on some of the projects as we are now, as designs going through, the ability to move funds is just critical. And I think if there's any way that you can influence that in any form, that would be a good thing, as Nick and we will do as well, because it has to happen.
Nick, would you like to?
I was just going to say some similar comments to Andrew's, and I think our meeting with CIU tomorrow, that will be a prime area of discussion. Essentially, because the projects go stepped, you don't have a view of the whole program until you've got to all of them underway. But the idea that they were all going to be exactly perfectly costed was not going to happen. So I think the program view is critical, and there are some, I guess, push we need to make on the Crown to get them to that place.
And perhaps post the meeting, you come back to councillors before Christmas to let us know where that sits or where you see influence or requirement from this table if necessary.
Yeah. And if I looked at it from a risk to life perspective and looked across all of this work, I would look at the post-cyclone upgrade of already repairs as not as critical to life as it is to achieve protection for those areas that have none. And so for me, already inside that program, there's an opportunity for a discussion with the Crown to say, what is critical to the protection of life and what is less critical, and we should be able to take a flexible view of that. But let's see how we get on.
So in terms of risk, which it sounds like it's probably a very high risk within the program, would we be expecting to see that as part of the risk analysis and through corporate and strategic? Are we seeing it there?
Yes, in terms of finances, I would always want, if we get to the point where we have a cost overrun in a project development plan that has to go to ministers, I will need to bring that to you. Because council will need to approve that cost overrun, at least in the sense of potentially underwriting it until we can get to the point of that whole program view. So that would need to come back to your, to full council with CNS.
At that point, I think I'm talking about the earlier point that we're watching the risk at the earlier stage before we quite get to there as well.
Yeah,
okay.
for sure.
Thank you. It is Councillor Foley and then Councillor Williams and then Councillor Curtin.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the team on the huge scale of work ahead of us, and welcome Andrew to the team to help with that. I just wanted to ask a question on the scheme reviews. So you're saying they're largely completed, John, and last time we spoke about this might have been a workshop, but and might have been you, Chris, saying that they're never really going to be completed until the public engagement piece fits in with those. Nonetheless, when can we or the public kind of see what the current version is from the technical side, if you like?
So, Councillor Foley, so that you are correct. It should read that the technical work is almost complete, and that a very important component of scheme reviews is engaging with the community about their aspirations and ideas, particularly around the reimagining part. So, we'll be bringing a paper to council on the 18th of December, which really articulates that reimagining component. And they are quite different for the two schemes. There's a lot of complexity in Heretaunga, and I think the Upper Tukituki is a little bit more simple. So that will be potentially reflected in those strategies. And certainly the short-term issues are being worked on. So as you're aware, the Waipawa stop banks are the number one priority for that $30 million package of going back to the repair areas. So that work, as John outlined, is about to be handed over to the project team. Instead, in terms of sharing that information, that information has been shared broadly, I think, with our councils at a high, with this council at a high level and other councils and the infrastructure PO at the RRA. I guess sharing the technical information and having it interpreted as the final answer is something that we need to be very careful about, which is the reason why we haven't broadly distributed that technical information in the public domain, because it's very much, as we've explained, a starting point for our engagement with communities. And I guess happy for feedback on that, and there's a lot of that feedback would go into that strategy and decisions on the 18th of December around how we engage with our communities on those. And I get there's some tension between acting quickly and engaging and getting a comprehensive view of a solution that is executable and fundable. I probably haven't answered your directly, but that's sort of the landscape that we're working in.
Yeah, no, look, I accept your response, Chris. I mean, my point is just that from an Upper Toki point of view, huge interest in what information comes out of that technical work. So it's just another one of those questions I'm getting asked every day. Where is it?
So on the 18th of December, Chris will have an opportunity just to discuss that a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely.
And give some feedback on,
So on the 18th.
on what you're commenting on there and what we're thinking.
So we're bringing a paper on the 18th, which is around the model and strategy for reimagining our two main schemes. So, and that will hopefully be a decision item where we'd want to some decision and forward movement, noting that time is always marching.
Thank you. It's Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And again, yes, welcome, Andrew. Great to have you with us. Lending some more muscle to the wheel and more intellect to the wheel, I should say, as well, for these important projects. Just a couple of quick questions, open to who's answer them. Whirinaki, John, you mentioned earlier that 2 owners had been designed out. Has that had any adverse implications for the efficacy of the scheme in terms of flood protection for those communities?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. No issues there. When we encountered one of those property owners, we did implement a 3-pronged approach. One was to continue to negotiate. The other was consider options under the Public Works Act, and the other was to design out. The easiest is to design out, and so that just required a different approach to how we constructed the road, which was easy enough.
So it's really just about the steepness of the embankment, that sort of thing.
A bit of retaining, yes. Yep.
And just a question on paragraph 79. You've got 2 drainage scheme packages underway for the Esk and Whirinaki. Just tell me what's going on there.
If I could defer to Chris, he might have a bit more knowledge on this one than me.
Yeah, so look, at a high level. So obviously in the last, in the 2021 LTP, we put forward a proposal to review all of our schemes over a 7 to 10 year period, and we were embarking on that. Post Gabriel, we knew that we needed to accelerate that work, and we negotiated for some Crown funding to review all of our schemes. So that all of the schemes is all of the flood resilience schemes and all of the drainage schemes. And so those packages have been literally let, a few weeks ago, so it's very early stages. As the team articulated, they're looking at the engagement strategies for those in how we engage with the community.
So what are they intended to do, those packages?
So the scheme review is to look at the existing scheme, make sure that all the records for the existing scheme are up to date in terms of levels and sizes and all of that sort of stuff. We then develop a model of that scheme. We look at the level of service. We see if there's a gap to what the level of service should be. That'll generate, then we look at the impact of climate change. And so that will deliver effectively a suggested capital program for 30 years into the future about maintaining levels of service and also updating all of the capital replacement information, etc., etc. And we've also committed to producing a flood hazard map for each of those schemes, acknowledging drainage schemes have a low level of service around land drainage and aren't designed to deal with large floods, but we will publish, effectively the over-design event for a drainage scheme to show where the water will be, where it will be ponding areas to avoid.
Okay.
And so we've been really working with Hastings. That's very important information to them, which is why we've put that deliverable in each of those scheme reviews.
Yeah, if you just forgive me, I was off target with that question, it seems. I really was interested in what is happening with the management plan recommendations from Tonkin and Taylor for the Esk River mouth.
Yep.
If you could just give us an update on that.
Yep, so we have engaged Kyle Christensen to help us work through that work from Tonkin and Taylor and turn it into some sort of pragmatic operational information. So he has been engaged. The team is meeting with him today, and his priority at the moment is he's helping us out with some work on Wairau.
Yes.
And because we've had our expert conferencing up there, we had a number of actions to resolve some technical details, so that's what he's doing. His next priority is to update the operational plan in regards to Esk, and then he's also having a look at all of the other rivers and our operational plan to help update that document and bring in any improvements. So that's the plan there, and yep.
Thank you, Chair. I make that question because there had been some comment in our independent flood report that the blockage of that river had contributed to flooding.
Yes, there was. Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Curtin, and then we'll go lastly up to Councillor Van Beek.
Thanks.
Oh, yes, and then Ms McElroy.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and welcome back, Andrew. Sorry, I didn't recognise you before. It's good to have two old fellas in the room again. Where were we before we were rudely interrupted? It's been, there's a lot of water gone under the bridge, and we're pleased to have you here, and I'm pleased to hear your commentary and focus. There's no better man on the numbers than Andrew Casely, so very pleased to see you here. I just want to go straight to the dashboard, and are you familiar with that, our resilience program dashboard?
I think so. Yes, I am. I'm getting a nod from Jess.
That to me, from a governance perspective, particularly in regard to these programs, is critical. So many moving parts, so much money at stake, and in that table we've got in front of us today, we've got some good news and some pretty bad news around overruns, and that's in relation to Whirinaki, etc. There is explanation around it. But in your short time around all those projects, what's your level of confidence around the numbers? We've touched on it in various questions, but so we've got two critical moving parts. One is the total spend and the ability to move, and you mentioned on that, and the other is timeframes to deliver really crucial elements for us. Can you give us your perspective of what it looks like today and how we're tracking, particularly in regard to total spend to date of 10.3 mil?
I'll do my best, and it's certainly on the basis that 3 weeks tomorrow, and I would have had my feet under the desk. But look, this is my preliminary view of it. Is that, as I mentioned before, there are some healthy contingencies sitting in a number of these projects, but that's just reflective of the uncertainty around the final design and what the cost ramifications of those final designs will be. And in some of the areas, they are complex because of the very tight footprints in which works need to occur that comes with a higher cost. I mean, to move dirt economically, you need wide spaces and easy runs for heavy machinery, but when you're working literally in people's backyards, which some of these projects require, it becomes much more complicated and much more costly. So the final designs will be critical, and therefore the team is working hard to try and get to that point. And of course, the land access agreements are critical around that, because if you strike problems, as John has Chris just shared with Whirinaki, there may be a design modification to that to overcome it. Having said that, clearly there are a few pressure points, and Whirinaki's the one that stands out. And I'm sure this is part of the thinking of the team, is that we need to think about the what-ifs What if we don't get a contribution from NZTA? What if we don't get Kānoa funding? What if PanPAC said it's absolute that we have a 1 in 500 year protection level, which as I understand is their position, and understandably? Well, then what do we do? Because realigning state highways, as you can see here, is a very expensive exercise and can take quite a considerable period of time. So in terms of your correct questions around delivery dates, that's one that could potentially be affected by that if it doesn't go the right way. And so we need to put a lot of effort into saying how can we get funding partners to come to the table, as I believe they should, particularly NZTA, perhaps not to the fullest extent, but certainly a decent part of the way. In other areas, I see the team doing good things at starting to finalise designs with the external design consultants engaged to be able to create greater cost certainty for you. And I believe, and I'm looking at the team here, that in Q1 next year, that is an absolutely fundamental goal for all of us, because without it, you can't be confident about going to procurement, for example. And the land access has got to be dealt with as well. So, look, I appreciate your concern with it, and I would have the same concern if I was sitting in your seat. And it is a bit frustrating that we can't give absolute certainty to you, but I hope you understand why we can't, but that we're working hard to do that as quickly as we can. Can I just make one comment about delivery timeframes in this summary that you've got? And you've already seen a footnote there. And I'm not wanting to undermine the effort of the team as they've been putting it in there, but the one that we really need to work really hard on to bring forward, in my view, is Wairoa. It needs to start next year, in next year's construction season. And that will be dependent, as you know, on land access, but that should be the objective. And the risk is that we don't secure the land access in the timeframes we need to, and everybody just needs to know that. And if we've done the right things by getting it in the place we'd like to, but fail, then that's just sometimes what happens.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a
short one, yes.
Very short, more comment, and the importance of this in terms of the tension in the project, as I say. Big numbers, big reputational risk, and on top of that, needing to know transparently and early on where those issues arise so that we can respond.
Yes.
We need to talk to central government, obviously, to try and drag that money in, and we need to know early to have those conversations. So your eyes on this is critical.
I've got some thoughts as to how you might get, and I think it was Councillor McIntosh asked the question in my online introduction with you all a couple of weeks ago about confidence, and that's what we're trying to instil in everybody at the moment. Confidence from your councillor perspective, confidence from CIP's perspective, confidence from the Crown Manager's perspective, and the rest of them. And to me, the criticality of having hard deadlines when we need to deliver, and putting the pressure on everybody, because that's what these programs require. They require hard deadlines, and everybody puts their shoulder to the wheel, or you won't hit them. And that can create quite a bit of pressure, but you just won't get there if you don't do that. And that's what we need to instill across the board.
Thank you. Councillor Van Beek? You're still on mute, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you for the update. Unlike before when I thought I was on mute and I yelled at somebody at the gate. Anyway. Thank you for the update, and I really look forward to the report on reimagining the rivers on the 18th. No doubt we're going to have some robust discussions there. So coming back to the report today, the floodgates at Whirinaki, just a question, and I've got a couple. Will there be a benefit by using floodgates and reducing costs, but also improving flow benefits? So that's one question. The other one is mentioned. We seem to use two terms: on track and on schedule. Can somebody describe what the difference is between those ones? Those comments, because they are different and they are used different in different contexts. Also, with Whirinaki, are the Bayview is the Bayview community included in the discussions with regarding to flood modelling and the impact a Whirinaki stop bank may have? And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Chris, do you want to start with that, or?
There was 4 questions in there, I think. And
I got 3.
I was focusing intently. Just remind me of the first question.
I'll have a go at the first one if you like, through you, Madam Chair. So the first question was around floodgates.
Yep.
And Councillor Van Berko, I'm assuming you refer to the floodgates on the road as opposed to building the road up. So we have looked at that as an option with regard to potentially saving cost as opposed to building the road up. That work today demonstrates that there's very little to any cost savings in that approach due to the complexity associated with a very, very high floodgate that would be required there and how that would butt into stop banks on either side. So not a lot of cost savings there. So we haven't, that's all I had to add to that. On track, on schedule, they pretty much mean the same thing. We'll look to be a bit more consistent with that vernacular as we move forward. So apologies for that. Whirinaki Bayview Community was the next one I picked up, which is the third one. Hopefully there's not a fourth one because I didn't write that down. Our modelling has looked at Bayview and the potential for secondary effects in that area, and that modelling demonstrates that the effects there are no more than minor. And we are looking to engage further with that community as we move forward. Sarah, have you got any comments on that?
Yes, we've shared that at pop-ups specifically with the Bayview community, and there are more planned as we do a series encompassing Esk Valley, Bayview and Whirinaki communities. So we have more programmed for the early in 2025.
Thank you. Did that answer all your questions, Councillor?
No, actually, Chris was right. There was actually 4. Regarding the floodgates, by having floodgates, would that also improve the river flow away from that stop bank into the ocean?
That's a good technical question. My thoughts on that are that that floodgate across the state highway at the location of the stop bank is that it's so far removed from the main flow of the river that it's unlikely to have any beneficial impact on the main flow of the river. We can perhaps circle back on that one, Councillor, and just check with the technical team on that, but that would be my first thoughts.
Yeah, much appreciated. Thank you for your question, and I appreciate that that you're actually going to circle back on it rather than trying to answer now and put it to rest. My other question would have been, but Councillor Williams already asked. You know that concrete the Napier Hospital sitting in the way of the water flowing out is a real issue, and we need to. We should not forget and find a solution and get some answers to us as council, because it's something that really keeps us awake at night. Thank you.
Chris, that's the concrete at the end of the Esk that you're referring to as well. Can you just come back to us with that?
It's actually a slightly different issue, Chair.
It's 2 things, okay.
There's the river mouth, and then there is the concern over the landfill and whether the degree of non-compliance had an additional impact in terms of flooding at the time. Or is maintaining an increased risk relative to what the compliance situation should be.
You can come back to us on that if you don't want to answer that.
So, I need to work with Katrina in terms of the regulatory stuff to come back. And out of the recommendations for the mouth, there was a range from some quite easy wins to actually some significant interventions that require consenting. So one example was to effectively remove part of the coastal barrier. Now, of course, that will allow more water out, but it may have ramifications in a coastal inundation event to let more water in. So some of them we need to look at more carefully, but we're certainly very much aligned on the easy wins to build them into our operational plan.
Thank you.
And then we'll come back on the
update us on that.
regulatory issue.
Appreciate that. Kia ora, Ms McElroy, o mai o whakaaro.
So my question's around, three questions, around Māori land owner engagement. Of the two council preferred options, 1C and 1D, there are 22 Māori land titles. Quite a few of them multiply owned land. They're not under Te Timi Paeroa structures.
Yes.
So they don't have a formal administration. They're lots of owners. My concern is those options also include a Nurupā, significant cultural sites, significant culturally significant trees that can't be moved, and one Māori reservation, the marae at home, or Taniwha. From what I'm gauging, I've been to all the community hui, excluding the last one at Takitimu. It's just high anxiety and stress, which wasn't helped by the comment by the Crown Manager that if any of those landowners didn't cooperate or with an easement or lease agreement or whatever it is, that the whole of North Clyde, including NAFCO, would be red sticked. That didn't go down too well with the community, and the comment in the hui, most recent hui, was we're being bullied. So that's the situation. That's the situation there. Getting back to my question about the Māori landowner engagement, I know quite a few of these owners. They're coming up to us and saying they haven't been spoken to. It's just been what they've been, the kōrero they've been spoken to individually. Now, I believe this is where the owners are, they own the house, they own the land, or there might be like, say for example, in my whenua, there's me and my two sisters, there's not a lot of owners. Mm-hmm. But where there is the complication of many owners, they haven't been engaged with. But even a queer that I know, she said that she hasn't been engaged with in her and her husband. Mm-hmm. So that's sort of not correct.
Yeah. And
I feel that you need to know that situation. It makes it very difficult for everybody in regards to that. So I again don't think that they're giving you a perception of that this is we're all doing quite well there in Wairoa, and we're all agreeing, well, we're not. And just wanted to make that clear. And our people are, they're quite stressed, and they're feeling it. And there's, you can see whānau against whānau. But it's not just the tangata whenua, it's also our non-Māori community. They also are in this as well, and I've witnessed the stress that they're under. On top of that, we also have the river mouth issue. We keep on talking to the engineers and talking about how when the river's blocked, it backs up all the way, because we have a tidal influence all the way to Frasertown. And for example, Pakawhai was damaged, the houses were damaged out at where the Waio meets the Wairoa. And we keep on being told, no, it doesn't make a difference in the modelling. As of the last month, well, it's called a partial restriction, but the mouth's been blocked. And well, quite within their consent, AFCO and Wairoa District Council wastewater was being discharged. It was still being discharged with the river starting to, everybody knows when the river's closed, there's no current, and the river rises. But when under the consent conditions of the Regional Council on consent condition 15, our MWWP sent an independent water tester to test the water, and it was 100 times over the health guidelines. There were toddlers and small children swimming in that water because it was a 30-degree day when those samples were taken. There are still no signs to tell people don't get in the water. Okay, a mouth's been opened since. There's a small opening that occurred yesterday, and we're grateful for that's finally happened. But 30 days, like a whole month, it could have been longer than a whole month. But when the river's blocked and the pedo is still going into the river, it's not, it's not a healthy situation for people to get into. Not good for our people to practice mahinga kai. Which they still were doing. And I understand the health department needs to check, because we're hearing there's a lot of people with gastro.
Okay.
So I was concerned about those toddlers and babies and young children who were in the water at the time. And I couldn't go up to them and say, oh, so I don't think the water's safe. We needed the proof. We got the proof. So I am happy that we have that consent condition that allows us to follow up with that. AFCO's consent application is coming up, and it's something we need to look at when it comes to what does it mean when it says the river is restricted, partially restricted. If just looking for Māori work on observation. When I work on observation, I look at some white beta. When you throw a stick out and it doesn't move, there's no current. There was no current right next to the mouth. So that creates a situation. The mouth is an integral part when you're focusing on the flood protection. If the mouth is not in the right place and that's not being dealt with, we're always going to have issues whether you have flood protection in North Clyde or not. The mouth is one of our main focuses, and it doesn't seem to be at the moment. My other question is, and this is because I represent the RPC, not just the Wairoa area, and so my question is about Porongahau, and that is, it's nearly 2 years and they've just gone down, down to the, what's it, 2C? It's been such a while now, 2C, from 2A to 2C. How come it's taken so long? Is because I've heard things, but it's a long time.
Okay, that's a big list.
Well,
That's great. Thank you, Ms
Chair, point of
McElroy.
order, I actually think there's only one question there. There were a lot of
comments.
that I think Michelle wanted to make.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
The question was to do with Porongahau.
Yes, thank you, Councillor
And
Williams.
Māori engagement.
I just want to acknowledge some of your comments and your points which don't sit here, which are outside the scope, but I will acknowledge, it seems to me you would like to make a note around the consent enforcement around the discharge consent at Wairoa, which is something we can follow up with in Wairoa District Council. I take your comments on the bar, and I suggest, because there's a huge amount of work going on at the Wairoa bar currently, so I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to update you after the meeting if you're not aware about that. The Crown process around the land discussions with owners, and I note there's been now an update with the Māori Land Court being involved. Again, I think that that's something that you could be updated on outside the committee meeting. They're all incredibly important, and I acknowledge you for being all over Wairoa's voice. You do that every time, so I want to acknowledge it. It's just they're not quite within inside the paper. But your question around Porongahau is a question that I might ask Chris to speak to.
I'm happy to address
Oh,
that through you,
thank
Chair. Porongahau was really a case of the technical challenge of trying to design flood mitigation through the village in a way that respected people's and landowners, worked out what we might be able to do for that part of the village and do on the other side of the river in terms of potentially the marae, and that just took some real time to work through. It was technically complex, and I've been to a number of meetings in Hui and Porongahau, and we've always had a real strong focus on getting from 2A to 2C, but wanted to make sure that there was a technical solution that we could put flood mitigation in place. I was always conscious with any of those conversations that. I didn't want to say, yep, we'll move to 2C and then find that actually there was a solution we couldn't build, because that would have been an awful place for that community. So, yep, I think there was, generally people were really pleased that the move has been made, and then we now move into detailed design for that project.
Thank you.
I still, the Māori engagement was mentioned in Kōrero, so I just want to for that to be known there. Not all the landowners have been contacted.
Yes, yes, noted. Thank you. So we have a recommendation to receive the report. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor McIntosh. The seconder, Councillor Williams. Do either of you want to speak? Would you like to?
No, other than to acknowledge the significant volume of work that has been undertaken and will need to be undertaken.
Thank you, Councillor Williams.
There's just a couple of points I want to make, Chair, if I can. Firstly, just so that our community understands, this isn't the only oversight that we've got over these projects. We're getting very regular reporting, fortnightly, monthly, and equally we've assigned project leads to each of the projects, so we are all over this. And I guess the fact that we've focused our questions today is in the understanding that we have quite a deep knowledge of some of the complexities and issues facing these projects. My comment would be, please, when you say things like on track or progressing, don't sugarcoat the pill. Tell us warts and all, tell us communities warts and all, what's actually happening, what the challenges are. We all need to have transparency around that. I am very keen to get a report on the landfill issue that Councillor Van Beek raised and was continually raised in the community, just to get an understanding as to the extent of non-compliance and whether it may have had an impact and whether it is potentially going to have a future one. I wanted to touch on, within that, Chair, if you won't mind, briefly on an issue surrounding the socially progressive procurement project. Policy that we've got. I know that we don't get involved in procurement, but there is reference to the, I can just find it in the paper.
19.
Paragraph 19. Thank you. Yes, the Progressive Procurement Toolkit. We've had a letter from a member of the, or Minister of the Member of Parliament for the ACT Party, Cameron Luxton, taking issue with that policy with reference to a Cabinet Office circular, and saying that our policy fails on issues of need and value, and taking specific issue with reference in our toolkit to words such as progressive, diverse, sustainable, social enterprise, and broader outcomes as failing prudent procurement policies. Now, I don't know what kind of cold and heartless, socially regressive world that Mr. Luxton aspires us to reach, but that comment frankly reminds me of Ebenezer Scrooge in the Jim Carrey character portrayal of Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol. It's sort of thinking where you reveal that you know the price of everything and the value of nothing. If I could just take one last example to land the point, QRS was awarded recently by the Chamber of Commerce an award for its social impact. And in the citation for that award, it was said, for example, that the company employs a diverse workforce with 77% Māori, 21% European, 2% Pacifica. Just under half the staff are rangatahi. The QRS distributed $1.5 million back to its council, helping the council to reduce financial demands on the community and ensuring public funds are used where they are needed most. Now, which part of need and value is that not revealing? So if we can't let contracts that have a social impact, then I'm sorry, Mr. Luxton, we're obviously in very different worlds and I don't want any part of it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any other comments?
Oh, just one, Madam Chair.
You may.
Just if we can, sake of transparency and efficiency, etc., aggregate or place into simplistic tables our various projects so that the public does have ready access to and transparency around the work we're doing, understanding fully that it has a good deal of complication behind it.
Thank you. I'll follow up on that, councillor Curtin. Thank you. Have a mover and a seconder. All those in favour, please say aye. 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 Any against? Carried. Thank you. I'm going to suggest that we have the telemetry paper and then we grab a cup of tea and come back. Yes.
2 hours max.
Okay, we're going to grab our cup of tea now and come back, but we won't have a long break. Can we just have 5 minutes or so, because we're rather over time? Is that all right, and bring our morning tea back? Everyone happy with that? Thank you. No, that's fine. Yeah, item 7 is the telemetry network outage report. And Ian, you're going to?
Through you, Chair, I'll do that. Peter had to leave, unfortunately, on other meetings.
Okay. Apologies for running over everybody.
That's fine. I'll take the paper as read. I alluded to this yesterday in the workshop. This is just really documenting for you an outage that we had that was unplanned. Fortunately, well, there's good and bad to that. One is that it happened, and so we're working out why, and we haven't got completely to the bottom of that, but the whole exercise has been treated as a critical incident and will be reported and documented as such once we get to the bottom of it. The good news is that the resilience that we've built into the systems compensated for the outage of the primary system and just seamlessly took over. So it was a good test of the network, if you like. So we're working on that. There's some detail on the paper. There'll be further detail coming back to you once we have more understanding of the actual thing that tripped it up. And just the final point I'll make is one of the things we've implemented in our internal systems is a notification to tell a human being, hey, there's a problem, rather than relying completely on automation. To say, hey, there's a problem with one of the communication channels, particularly DMR, you need to have a look, right? And that avoids it being discovered later in the day. It allows us to be notified of that early on and get our service providers on the job immediately to rectify it.
Yes.
So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So the highlight being it did fail, but all the backup systems kicked in, and we're still discovering why it failed and making sure next time it does, it alerts us.
Correct.
Even though the outcome was exactly as we planned. Thanks, Ian. Are there any questions? Excellent. Do I have a mover to receive the report? Councillor McIntosh, thank you. Councillor and Ms McElroy, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? Thank you. Carried. Item 8, erosion control program update. Thank you, and sorry to keep you all waiting, and sorry to tell you that you need to squish up your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. So the team will really quickly introduce themselves once they get to the table, so you know who they are. There's a presentation we've asked them to squish up. This is really an opportunity to bring back the yearly update and incorporates the 6-year progress report. So perhaps, Brian, if you want to kick off, introduce yourself across the table of what is setting up, and then we'll get into the presentation.
Kia ora, my name is Brian McKavanagh. I'm the team leader of the Northern Catchment team. We are based in Wairoa and Gisborne.
Tēnā koutou katoa, I'm Warwick Hesketh. I'm the Principal Catchment Management Advisor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paula Richardson, and I'm the team lead of the Catchment Operations Support Team, and I've been involved in the Nesta Expansion Project.
Kia ora, I'm Victoria Anstis. I am the Senior Catchment Advisor for the Waipawa office.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to give you an update on the erosion control scheme. We thought we'd do things a little differently this year. We'll take the paper as being read. I'll go over a few high-level...
You got it? Are you...
Just keep chatting, Roz, and we'll get the tech working.
Okay.
Well, yes.
I'll go over a few high-level facts and figures, and then we'll pass over to the team leads who can give you a bit more of a personal perspective on their areas and achievements. I know last year I spent quite a bit of time going over the impact of erosion and sediment loss here in Hawke's Bay. I'm sure you're all well aware of that by now. So I will jump into some high-level SES outcomes.
Thank you. Yep, we're working. And they're just sharing the screen with those online.
Cool. So we like to think of the ECS as a $30 million shot in the arm over 10 years to accelerate erosion control effort. And in the first 6 years of the program, we've spent $13.5 million. That's leveraged at least another $10 million toward planting and other erosion control activities. It's resulted in 5,192 hectares of land being under treatment. To give you some perspective, the average size farm in New Zealand's 280 hectares. So just under 19 farms, or around the size of Lake Waikaremoana. We don't necessarily target waterways, but we do record any links that are protected as a result of our work, and that was sitting at the end of last financial year at 357 kilometres, or the driving distance between here and Wellington if you go through Palmy. We've had 503 farms that have actively participated in the erosion control scheme, and if you look at the SEDNet model that we use to target these properties, and then you overlay the farms that we've actively engaged with, you can see that that covers around 2/3. Pretty crude analysis, but it does give you an idea of our outreach to date. So last financial year, the ECS was fully subscribed, and that was on the back of a couple of quite difficult years following COVID and the cyclone. 974 hectares of land treated. You can see that a significant proportion of that was areas that was repair or remedial work after the cyclone. It was also the final year for some of our big multi-year centrally government co-funded projects through the Jobs for Nature scheme. I reported on the Shovel Ready Riparian program in October. Another one I wanted to quickly show you. This is the Waipuka Gully restoration project out near Ocean Beach. Apologies for anyone who gets a bit of motion sickness. I'm a bit of an amateur at drone flying. But I was out there a couple of weeks ago, and it's just such a good time to see it with all the manuka out in flower. This is over 70 hectares of native reversion across 3 separate multi-trust blocks out at Ocean Beach. It received co-funding from Ministry of Business and Innovation and MFE in addition to the erosion control scheme. And I do want to acknowledge the work of Nick Cavalier, who now works in our project management office, and the late Dino Roughton for all the work that they did getting this off the ground. So most of the erosion control scheme is for on-ground works, but we do allow up to $350,000 a year to go towards strategy and innovation. So that's projects or research initiatives that help to drive the uptake or the effectiveness of our programs. We had 25 projects that have been completed or are underway. A few examples there: a diverse pasture species trial for the Land for Life project, trialling out new poplar and willow varieties, an innovative new novel sleeve, which we can hopefully use to establish kānuka, natives and other drought-tolerant species as space-planted trees in some of our harder pastoral hill country. We also went live with Mappy, our mobile phone app that we developed in-house. We've been asking farmers to use the app to geolocate their GPS, their poles as they're planted. This is going to give us valuable data on survival rates and establishment and effectiveness going forward. The Hill Country Erosion Program, so this is partnership funding that we received from MPI. Last year was the first round of a new cycle of funding. We'd been successful in securing $3.6 million over 4 years. This is going to pay for staff, training, educational resources, as well as increasing the funding that we have available for on-ground works. I need to note that we don't get this funding up front. It needs to be claimed through some fairly onerous milestone reporting, and that's after the work's been planned and co-funding committed. Also, not all of the work that we do is eligible, so we do need to prioritise our projects that attract this HCE funding. Leading us into the current year, the erosion control scheme with our budget cut is now fully subscribed, and we're dealing with a backlog of applications. This means prioritising works that attract co-funding or where we have existing investment. In the past, we might have been able to approve some projects that maybe had a lower threshold in terms of erosion and higher biodiversity values. And this means that some of the staff are having to have some fairly challenging conversations with people who are likely to miss out. On the positive side, it has given us the opportunity to undertake some monitoring and review the outcomes of some of our earlier works. Happy to take questions afterwards, but I'll flick you over to Paula to give you an update on the nursery development program.
All right.
So our poplar and willow nursery spans just over 25 hectares across 2 sites in Pakawhai. The largest block at Allen Road is 22 hectares and the Harris block at Sissons Road is 3.6 hectares. The EC's focus on pole planting has prompted the current nursery expansion project, and since the beginning of the ECS program, the demand for A-grade poles has been always greater than supply. Landowners have indicated they require more poles and better quality poles to ensure successful establishment and to minimise the duration of stock exclusion. Pakawhai Nursery suffered extensive damage during the Cyclone Gabriel, and this presented us with an opportunity to make improvements and to increase pole supply and quality. The most significant was being the state-of-art irrigation system that we now have with moisture probes and the ability to operate the irrigation remotely. We also upgraded the nursery tracks and extended the loading bay area for operational efficiencies. And drainage issues were resolved by establishing open drains in trouble spots throughout the nursery. Hawke's Bay Regional Council also has the potential to become a national supplier of poplar and willows to help meet nationwide demand. We identified Hawke's Bay Regional Council parcels of land in 3 sites that were suitable for development. The first being a 1.5 hectare site at the existing Allen Road nursery, which was underutilised. Secondly, 3 hectares of land at Johns Road, Miani, which was managed by the Asset Management Group. And then our third site is at Takapau Road, where we've developed 2 hectares of land at the Works Group site in Waipukurau. All 3 of these sites were planted during the 2024 winter season, and we conservatively estimate harvesting approximately 10 to 15 poles at first harvest, with yields improving over time. Now my next 2 slides are photos of the 2 sites, so just conscious of time, so this is our Waipakarau site. Just interesting to see the size of the poplars that were removed from the paddock for the development. And the next slide is just some shots of the irrigation and the new plantings at the Johns Road site. So I'll now pass you back to Warwick and he'll give you an update on the central team.
Thank you. Apologies from Alice Anderson. She was going to be giving this talk, but she fell ill this morning, so we're wishing her a speedy recovery. So this is the team that Alice leads: Colin Stace, Sean Murphy, and Hayley McCoskrie, who's just joined us. This team looks after the Ahuriri central and southern coasts, Tutaikuri, Esk, Narororo and Karamu catchments. And in the last financial year, this team achieved 221 hectares of land treated, just over 5,000 poles planted, just over 40,000 native plants, and constructed 11.5 kilometres of fencing. Alice wanted to give you a wee snippet of some of the work that their team does with landowners using the erosion control scheme. The maps on the screen are of Longbrook Farm in Tipahui. This is a 507 hectare mixed sheep, beef and deer system, predominantly LUC class 79, made up of pumice and alluvial soils. The soil properties and steep terrain make this a highly erodible property with large gully systems cutting down to the watercourses below and dangerous at tomos that can appear overnight. There's been an erosion control plan in place for 4 years, and they've been slowly retiring some of the main gully systems, fencing and planting in natives, and planting poplar and willow poles on some of the production land. These photos show some of the damage that was done by the cyclone, with large mass movement and sediment deposition in the valley floors, while the bottom photos show some deer fencing constructed in fencing construction, native planting and some poplar and willow poles. This team is also heavily involved in other projects outside the erosion control scheme, including poplar and willow trials, producing a guidebook on farm pole nursery development, and a joint restoration project on the Marae-Totara River. I'll now pass you over to Brian for an update on the Northern region.
Hi, so introduced myself earlier. Here's some photos of our team in the Northern region. So on the left, Abby Miller, the middle there, Madison and Jasmine, and on the right, Trevor Waikawa. So kind of know what the kind of work we do is trees for preventing erosion and other things. So I just wanted to share with you some of the other work that we do. So this year we commissioned a report on the space planted native tree trials that were conducted from 2017. Peter Manson began those trials when he was working for Hawke's Bay Regional Council, and we were lucky enough to get him back in his professional consultant role to complete that report, which is now publicly available. We've also began or continued work with 151 hectares of Kiwi2 and 173 hectares of Ngā Whenua Rahui retirements across 8 farms in the Wairoa region this year. And continued work with the Hill Country Erosion Fund money in the Gisborne district with a second successful funding round, where 100,000 hectares of the Wairoa tributaries are, and they are Hawke's Bay's worst erosion-prone land. We also began a debris dam project out at Unanui Station at the end of Mahia Peninsula. And here you can see the first stage of the debris dam building has trapped the sediment in these gullies. The idea of the debris dams is to act as a semi-permanent structure that stabilises the gully floor to prevent it from cutting down, which allows us to have better success at establishing trees for a longer term prevention of the erosion there. And here are some quick stats from the Northern team. So we got just over 4 Ks of fencing done in the last financial year, planted just over 7,000 poles, planted nearly 50,000 native trees, and treated just over 250 hectares. And you can see there, of those figures, what was done in the Gisborne catchments. So you can see that's quite important work that we're doing up there. Thanks. I'll pass you over to Vic.
Kia ora, I'm Vic, and these are my fellow colleagues, Paul Train and Emma Redwood. Similar to the Central and Northern team, we try to structure ourselves by having specific catchments that we work in. However, since Alice jumped ship and left us with a Napier team, her position became one of the permanent vacancies, so we've had to be a bit more fluid than in previous years. Generally speaking, Paul has taken over the Kahuranaki area, Emma looks after the Althorpe, Umakuri and Tuki, and I cover the Porongaho catchment. In the 2023-2024 financial year, we achieved 342 hectares treated, almost 15,000 poles planted, 115,000 native seedlings planted, nearly 21 kilometres of fencing completed, and almost 7 kilometres of waterways retired. For my bit, rather than talking about a specific erosion control project, I wanted to discuss how the erosion control work we support in the Porongaho catchment actually leverages external funding for a range of catchment group initiatives with a focus on water quality and biodiversity. So that's over and above what we already leverage for soil conservation. 4 years ago, the Porongaho catchment group was successful with a funding bid from the Freshwater Improvement Fund from MFE for approximately $2.6 million over the 2021 to 2023 years. This was a result of a lot of hard work from catchment group members, but also from our team and some of our scientists who all helped with the application. MFE requires proof of cash and in-kind support before committing to funding. We were in a fortunate position to be able to leverage $2.2 million against our BAU, which includes the ECS and staff time, which therefore forms a $4.8 million project. During this period, there's been roughly 8,500 poplar and willow poles planted, almost 140,000 native seedlings planted, approximately 32 kilometres of fencing and 18 kilometres of bush remnant fencing, which has resulted in 120 hectares retired in the Porongaho catchment. Here are some examples of some of the work that has been completed. Additional to this, the PCG also run an extensive pest control program in the Porongaho estuary, water sampling, creating a catchment management plan, etc. This demonstrates the leveraging power of the ECS and shows that catchment groups depend on us as much as we do them. These projects have been a collaboration between HBRC, including the ECS Biodiversity and Biosecurity Funding, Kiwi2 and Trees That Count. I'll now pass you back to Woz to wrap up.
Thanks, Vic. Nō reira, kia ora tātou katoa, ka nui te mihi. I think we've managed to shorten things up enough for a few questions. So
Well, it gives us a bit of space for questions. But firstly, to say, when you arrive and you sit down, you look incredibly uplifted, and when you see your work, you can see why. And you can also see why you're so respected in your communities. People talk about this team with such a lot of respect and warmth, because it is amazing what you've achieved. And something I think a lot of people don't realise is not only are the poles being planted, but this associated, the native plantings, which are massive. So a huge congratulations on the year, and we're going to look forward to seeing the figures next year, and we have got time for some questions or comments. Councillor McIntosh.
Thanks, guys. I mean, I really like seeing that. You're a core business, really, so that's what people are telling us we need to stick at. So, and look, don't take this the wrong way, because the numbers are really impressive, but I just, two questions really. One is, do we have a feel as to hectares planted, tree numbers and that sort of thing, how they stack up against places like Gisborne, which is roughly comparable, I guess, and that sort of thing? So I suspect it's a pretty good story, but it might be just, you probably can't answer that right now, can you? Or I don't know.
Brian had a slide on that.
I think Councillor McIntosh is asking, you're talking in comparison to just how we benchmark to other councils or people doing this work.
Sure, thank you, Councillor. I am part of a SIG group, so we do catch up with the other regional councils and discuss our programs, but we're yet to kind of make comparisons. I think every region is different and does have different challenges. I know Hawke's Bay is one of the regions where deforestation and erosion is a huge issue, perhaps compared to some of the other regions.
Okay, can I have one other, Chair? Do you see a day where farmers actually pick up the ball for the cost of trees? Do you see that day in future, at some point in future?
We are seeing it. So a lot of farmers are doing work that's unsubsidised. It might not be for erosion control, but we do know that in the past when funding has dropped away, that planting also dropped away. Similar with poplar and willow poles. Talking to Garth Isles back in his day when he first started and there was no subsidy available, they were having a lot of trouble. They were burning poles basically because they couldn't sell them. So yeah, there does need to be that incentive to get the programs underway.
Just to be clear, Councillor McIntosh, it's only subsidised. None of the work is 100% paid for by council.
I understand that. Yeah,
just a subsidy. Yeah.
Can I make another comment? So I began working for Hawke's Bay Regional Council in 2020 and was hired to sit in Gisborne and work in the Gisborne catchments, those 100,000 hectares I pointed out. So these farmers those two catchments are Gisborne's best catchments for erosion and Hawke's Bay's worst. So because they were Gisborne's best, Gisborne's overlay 3A funding hadn't really gone there because it was so concentrated on the worst erosion up the coast. So they were so grateful to see me and the funding that we had. So I met farmers who were planting 100 poles a year and they just doubled the number because we had 50% to go. So the amount of area that we were able to treat just instantly increases. And yeah, so that momentum's just been gaining.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, team. This is such an uplifting presentation. What has always troubled me is Hawke's Bay's most wicked problem, really, environmentally, sediment. I hadn't understood that the ECS had so much native planting associated with it. Is that a new thing? I just thought when I saw all these numbers that was poplars. Has there always been an element of native vegetation in the scheme?
Thank you, Councillor. There has always been an element. Obviously, it's restricted to our most severely eroding land. Poplar and willows are kind of the bread and butter for pastoral hill country, which is going to remain in production.
Right.
Obviously, native afforestation is really expensive. We tend to look at it as more as assisted reversion to keep those costs down. But likewise, it's about retiring and the most severely eroding land.
Another question, I was, I guess, somewhat troubled to see that you weren't able to award, was it 20 projects that couldn't be supported this year because the funding had been cut. I've just checked our consultation document on the annual plan, on the long-term plan, that said that we trimmed back from 3.4 to 2.1. Why? It says because demand had reduced as a result of Cyclone Gabriel. Is that wrong? I guess my question is, how much do you think, what have we lost in terms of sediment control from those 20 projects?
Yes, I wouldn't be able to answer the last part of the question, but certainly last year or the year of the cyclone, we did see a lot of projects that couldn't be completed. People reprioritised what they needed to do on farm, so that may have sent out the signal that the demand wasn't there. But there certainly has been momentum building.
I think perhaps the CEO can remind me later, we're going back up next year, aren't we?
No, we're cutting again.
Further cut.
Further cuts, but probably for discussion on
Yes, I
end
think
time.
maybe hold that thought.
Hold that thought.
Final question, have you, and I think the answers to this is yes, Ian, might be able to answer this, and looking at your different poplar cultivars and there's a reference to cloning, have you spoken to Garth Isles about his ideas for particular poplar species that might be more consistent with silviculture? Has that been part of your journey? He wrote quite an extensive paper to us about it last year.
Was it Garth Isles or Ewan McGregor?
Ewan McGregor, sorry, yes, you threw me with your Garth Isles comment before. I meant Ewan McGregor, and apologies, Ewan.
So through you, Chair, yes, I can tell you, yes, we have. I spent a day with Ewan looking at his trials and brought Ewan into the work of the New Zealand Poplar and Willow Research Trust to be he's writing articles. Him and Tim Ford, who lives down in Central Bay, are strong proponents of the timber value of poplar. So there's quite a lot of work happening in that space. There's a newly formed poplar action group that sits under the New Zealand Farm Forestry Association, also promoting poplar as a timber species.
And has that got potential to inform the types of varieties we grow at our nurseries?
Potentially, yep. There's been various trials looking at how you can provide treatment to poplar for cladding. So thermally treated poplar has gone through a brands process and now can be used as cladding. It will take CCA treatment and can be used as in a tannalised form as well. And the trust who manages New Zealand's breeding program are actively involved with the group, like I say, who have this timber focus on varieties that are suitable for end timber use products, be that cricket bats, furniture, fencing materials or cladding.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
We are short on time, but we have Councillor Ormsby and Councillor Hewson, so
very quick. Thank you, Chair. Just want to start by thanking the team. I love these presentations. You almost hypnotise me and send me somewhere that's not in the office as I look at all your imagery. But really that's the core mahi that we want done, the evil problem of how do we keep dirt on the land. So my question is, it's back to the 20 projects, around what the team's thoughts are if the subsidy or incentives change somewhat so that we have more of a fund to go around more projects. What are your thoughts around that in terms of landowners giving a bit more?
Thank you, Councillor Ormsby. Yes, every year we review our grant rates. We have a maximum of 75% that we can allow, but depending on the demand, we can reduce that. A few years ago, we were looking like we were going to be really oversubscribed, so we did adjust the grant rate, and we've adjusted it back. So we'll be meeting again shortly to work out where that price point is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Coote?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and well done to the team. I've got a series of questions here which I don't want an answer to now. I just want to pop them to you so you know where we're coming from. And they're real hard governance questions about what you're doing. So I've been here 20 years and I've been an ardent believer with fluctuations throughout about this project. But I've got these hard questions for you. You're saying it's a $30 million project. Therefore, the expectation would be, you've got a lot of science and evidence and goals around such a big number. Does the program have a sediment reduction goal? What is it? And when will you achieve it by? You're telling me that you've got we lose about 3.27 million tonnes a year. How effective is what you're doing, pole planting and other remediation? How effective is that? You're telling me you're treating 5,000 hectares. What does treating mean? What does it do? You're fencing or protecting 356 kilometres of waterways. So what? What does that mean? So I'm needing you to tell me why we should spend 30 million and whether it actually works. And I'm noting that you're looking to make an evaluation of the projects, and I can't refer to it at the moment. Will you compare what you're doing with other methodologies to mitigate sedimentation? So a whole bunch of why were you doing this? Is it working? And should we do something else?
Thank you, Councillor Curtin. I wonder, given that you've had the questions sprung on you, and my timing issue, which I take responsibility for, it might be interesting, Warwick, to have you back to the first meeting of EICC in the new year, and I could catch up with Councillor Curtin to make sure I've got all those questions and any others to have a conversation around that type of monitoring response and a paper on that, and give us a bit more time for a conversation. Do you think, Ian?
Through you, Chairs, and perhaps the other thing we might look at doing is bringing in people from Horizons who have been doing this a lot longer than us and have a long-standing program called SLUI, and they can talk to you about the impact the SLUI program's had on their catchments, because they're well down the track relative to us, so that's the art of the possible. But I understand where Councillor Curtin's coming from, and I think those are questions that could be usefully addressed.
And I think the point is that the erosion control scheme aim to hold soil on the land is directly related to its ability to help with flooding, which you're asking to see the relationship to and the evidence of in terms of sediment control. So are you happy if we look at that for a paper for next time? Thank you.
Well done, team.
Yes, well done, team. In 20 minutes, we really appreciate it, and we're going to look forward to seeing you, Warwick, in EICC, and it'll be March. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Oh, so we have a recommendation just to receive the report. Councillor Curtin, happy to move?
Happy to move.
Happy to move. Councillor Ormsby to second. Thank you. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Carried. Thank you. Item 9 is the Biosecurity Memorandum of Understanding. It's separate attachment as well as the paper. Ian, will you make a comment?
Through the Chair, my last ever paper to this committee, written all by myself. In my role as convener of the Biomanagers Special Interest Group, we have been working with Biosecurity New Zealand and Department of Conservation to formalise a partnership approach, culminating in a memorandum of understanding that was signed recently between the parties. Really putting this in front of you for your awareness and understanding. It goes to trying to deliver a more effective biosecurity system for New Zealand. BNZ at the moment are looking at the biosecurity system in detail, and we as a sector are strongly positioning ourselves as a key implementation partner, not a club, not an interested party, not a group of people who got bored and got together around a topic, but their statutory entity that will work with them in delivering New Zealand's biosecurity ambitions. So it just gives you some visibility of this. The sector group will work continually on giving life to the MOU. It will be regularly reported on. It gives us a framework to go back to BNZ and DOC and say, hang on a minute, we think things are not working. A reminder that we agreed to operate in this manner and just keep each other honest about being good partners. So for your visibility and awareness, happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Yeah. We need to receive the report. I'm happy to move from the chair. Have a seconder. Councillor McIntosh, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. No, there weren't further comments. Thank you. Item 10, biodiversity program updates.
So, and get the team to come up,
Thank
Annabelle,
you.
Mark, Natalie, to the table. Again, another annual check-in on another critical core piece of council business. And who's leading team? Annabelle? Perhaps quick intros for you, the three of you. If you could intro yourselves and then into the material. And hopefully you got the memo that we're time pressured, so we're just squeezing it up as best you can. Pressure.
Cool. No. Oh, yes. Cool. Ahi Marie, ko Annabelle Beatty Toku Ingoa. Hi everybody, I'm Annabelle, I'm the biodiversity team leader, and I've got Natalie, who's our senior biodiversity advisor, and Mark, who's our principal advisor, biodiversity and biosecurity. And we'll do a very quick run through our programs as fast as we can, hopefully.
Thank you. Welcome. That's okay. We've got 20 minutes or so. 25 minutes.
Thank you. So we talk a lot about the climate crisis, but we're also in an enormous biodiversity crisis. A huge number of Indigenous species are threatened or at risk of extinction. These include 94% of all our reptiles and 82% of all our birds. This is especially alarming because a huge proportion of these are endemic. They're not found anywhere else in the world, and if we lose them, they're gone forever. Also, just to point out, the grey on the graph is data deficient species, so they're species that not enough is known about to assess whether or not they're threatened. So likely that proportion of species that are threatened is actually an underestimate. So most of the reasons behind this are associated with habitat decline. In Hawke's Bay, we only have about a third of the Indigenous ecosystems covering the region that were present before human occupation. And obviously a lot of the loss is concentrated in lowland areas. This is a map from our last SOE report showing the transition from Indigenous ecosystems to our current landscape. And the loss continues. So Statistics New Zealand calculated between 1996 and 2018, New Zealand lost an estimated 45,000 hectares of Indigenous forest and scrub. Most of what we have left is subject to a range of pressures, particularly pest plants, browsers and predators. So obviously we want to do something about this and we have our lovely biodiversity team. So we've also, as well as Natalie, we've got Nathan and Holly, two other biodiversity advisors, one of whom is on a fixed term role, and we get a lot of help from others, the erosion control people who were just in, and Mark, who's our principal advisor, but also across biosecurity and also part-time. And we've got several different programs that we'll run through quickly. But I just wanted to highlight that we also collaborate with a lot of other industry and others across the regional sector to hopefully maximise what our programs can achieve. So the Priority Ecosystem Program aims to secure from extinction a full representative range of all the ecosystem types in Hawke's Bay. As a result, we work across the region, across a range of different ecosystem types, showing up on the map. And so last financial year, as part of this, there were 12 new sites protected, which included the construction of over 20 kilometres of deer fencing. This secured 46 hectares of acutely threatened forest types, so forest types with less than 10% of their historic extent remaining, and 52 hectares of chronically threatened forest types. At a further 24 sites, we also did maintenance activities, so things like fence repair after the cyclone, and a lot of pest control, particularly pest plants and browsers. The program really relies on close relationships with landowners and other key stakeholders, people like the QE2 Trust, and it has been used to leverage other funding. So a lot of that's discussed in more detail in the paper, but a big exciting thing of that was Jobs for Nature, which really meant we could do more sites and more challenging sites that would have not being able to be funded through the program. So we'll just do a quick run through of a few of the sites that were new sites under the program last year. So this one is an amazing little remnant of swamp forest near Amakere. Swamp forest once would have covered most of our alluvial plains in Hawke's Bay, but now we've got very, very little of it remaining. This site has a really good population of rahutu, heaps and heaps and heaps of seedlings, so really promising regeneration. And it's been deer fenced, it's had blackberry control, and some of the grassy areas captured within the fence have been planted, and these plantings include Pittosporum caudatum and Olearia gardneri, which are two threatened species that once would have been present in these areas. Mangatawhiri is an amazing property up in Wairoa. The remnant that you can see up on the skyline is 33 hectares. It was not at all fenced, so it had stock through it, and the understory is missing from pretty much the entire site, but it's got an amazing canopy, and these huge emergent podocarps are just incredible, particularly the rimu. It's up on the skyline, so it's a real feature in that local landscape. And this project was a partnership with the Erosion Control Scheme and QE2 and now has a covenant on it. Kowhai Downs is in behind Tūtira. It was another partnership with Erosion Control and QE2. It's an area of kahikatea-dominated forest that, again, is pretty rare in that landscape. As the kiruru flies, it's not far from white pine bush, so it's important kind of for corridors and connectivity in that landscape. And Ponui is a huge wetland just inland from Kairako Beach. It's protected by a ngāwhenua Rahui Kawanata, which includes a neighbouring bit just kind of down from where this photo is taken. It's really, really steep. So it's hard to get a good photo showing the perspective. But of coastal forest, which we have hardly any left of in Hawke's Bay. There's Spotless Crake in the wetland, which was really, really exciting to hear and almost see, but they just kept being a little bit out of reach. And last year we did Natalie led a big willow control operation in the wetland that we'll be following up for the next few years. And so in order to understand the impact of these programs and know whether or not we're indeed making a difference, a small selection of sites are monitored. It's just a small selection because it's expensive to do this monitoring, and so we need to make the most of our available budget. The monitoring mainly includes vegetation plots and bird surveys, but there's a little bit of other, we've done some eDNA and lizard tunnels and stuff as landowners are interested and it's relevant to the site. There's been really limited analysis of these results, mainly because we're missing another terrestrial ecologist, but the analysis we have done shows a low abundance of seedlings and particularly saplings in that tier that gets browsed. And the long-term regeneration is really only species with a high tolerance of browsing. So this photo is one of our plots, and all the stems in the photo are actually Horopito, which is the pepper tree. And so our other big main program is the Targeted Catchment Works Fund, which takes a more kind of catchment scale approach and helps with projects that are going to do really high value environmental outcomes but don't quite fall in the priority ecosystem or erosion control program. So things like water quality, riparian protection and wetland restoration, which help with water quality. So a couple of projects that were funded with this fund last year are the White Wetland, which is a wetland that was constructed in the Tukupo subcatchment to help with nitrogen reduction, and that was done in partnership with Fonterra, who funded most of the work, NIWA, the Tukupo Catchment Group, and of course the landowner. And this riparian planting project was done in Waipariki to help protect a little bit of stream that was identified as habitat for banded cockapoo, and that was done in partnership with a number of different groups, and these kids from Eastdale School had a great time planting and frolicking in the mud. And Natalie's going to speak to the community fund.
Kia ora. So this is the third year that we've run the community fund, which is administered by Biodiversity Hawke's Bay. So they administer the fund on our behalf, but we're quite involved in the application process. So the year just gone, we were oversubscribed by 5 times. We had $277,000 worth of projects who applied, and we were able to fund 13 projects out of that was 39. And for quite a wide variety of different restoration activities, some species focused like the doctoral work, some water quality outcomes like riparian. And so a couple of the projects that I just wanted to mention today was the Otaya Lindsay's Bush. So this is the small bush just outside of Waipukurau, so quite unique for being so close to town, and have been Forest and Bird Central Hawke's Bay have been working there for a number of years. And we were really actually pleased to be able to support this project, particularly in the wake of the cyclone. They suffered quite extensive damage to their plantings and some pest plants like Tradescantia and Old Man's Beard that were sort of moved about by the floodwaters. And the other really cool thing about this project is we were also able to match funding out of the Priority Ecosystem program because it met the criteria for that as well. And we also just wanted to mention, next one, that Te Ngāhere. So this is up at Bulls Clearing, and this was a Jobs for Nature project that Tiffany Cottrell and Levi Walford has been involved in, and so we've been able to help extend the life of that predator control program to protect the long-tailed bats in there, and they've also woven a lot of community engagement into that project, which includes training for trappers and different volunteer groups that want to experience that. So, yeah.
Cool. So challenges and next steps. So as we take on more sites, we obviously have more maintenance work that needs to be done to keep on top of pest plants as fencing stops browse and many, many other things like that. So we're working on a kind of 30-year plan to best understand this and to help us prioritise, because obviously we can't do everything. We plan to continue outcome monitoring as we view this as essential for understanding the impact of our work. A big challenge for us is that we are coming to the end of a lot of external funding. The Jobs for Nature program has been huge and has meant we've been able to do some really awesome projects, but we are in our last year of that. A number of the catchment groups we work with are also having their central government funding come to an end, and they have also delivered an amazing, amazing amount of biodiversity outcomes, as Vic talked to just before. And Biodiversity Hawke's Bay has question marks around their funding, and in terms of delivering our community fund, they've been crucial to the success of that. So it's essential to us that the momentum of these programs can continue. We see them as making a real difference to the region's biodiversity and really important to ensure for future generations these sites and species are still there. The photos are just showing one of the sites we're working on this year, which has been conventionally fenced, but ongoing feral deer are having a dramatic impact, and as a result, there's almost no regeneration occurring except for kawakawa.
Thank you. Yeah, great stuff. Yeah, some questions or comments? Councillor Williams?
No, I mean, I'm just in the same. No, it's not through a lack of interest.
No.
It's just, again, it's in the same place as what Councillor Ormsby said before. This is the stuff that makes the job worth doing. For us in governance, I'm just working some things through around it in my head, that's all. So thank you for your presentation. I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Nothing from you, Councillor Coote?
Oh, it just always impresses me the work you do, and if we can move some money into here, this is #1 priority.
I like the direction to look at the monitoring and the understanding of the impacts. I read something recently, wish I could remember, something on LinkedIn that talked about some projects they'd been involved in and the lack of results. And in fact, it was the lack of results that were driving them to understand and to work better within the environment. I think it was a wetland. They were expecting to see some real changes within some of the fish or small creatures, and it hadn't happened, and they were starting to see that those secondary impacts. So I think that's a really important part of the next steps, and of course the 30-year plan. As we've got a little bit of time, my question was really understanding there's so many interrelationships between the work of Biodiversity Hawke's Bay, say, or Forest and Bird, or even Fish and Game, but also at a statutory level, that the TAs hold a large portion of the responsibility around biodiversity work. So I'm interested in what part they're playing, or where we see their role, or how that interaction is happening.
That's a really good question, and under the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, a lot of the direct requirements of that were at the district council level, the SNA identification, which is paused, but some of the working with mana whenua around taonga species and, heaps of stuff. So through the policy team, we are in contact with district councils, but they're all at kind of various stages of work in the biodiversity space, and obviously resourcing is a big challenge for us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and in regards to the regional council, we have that regional leadership role, so we're very much talking to the TLAs and all those other players. It's really important there's that regional coordination, otherwise we are missing opportunities.
So that's happening. Okay, thank you. We'll receive the report.
I'm happy to.
Oh,
And just want to congratulate the team and thank you for all your incredible work. You can see the different partnerships that need to be had. And although we've got funding constraints at a national level through the Jobs for Nature running out for everyone across the board, we do have the smaller DOC fund that's become available. So we're looking for a bit of light out of that to try and keep engines running across biodiversity in the region. So look, there's a bit of hope there, but just want to thank you for your presentation. Kia ora.
Seconder?
I'd just like to add, I didn't get
Thank
to
you,
ask a
please
question,
do.
but I'd just like to add, that's unfortunate with the Jobs for Nature, with all the work you've done, and I'm just a bit worried about, keeping that in place, intact, pest control and things like that, it'd be unfortunate to lose all that hard work to those sort of issues. Kia ora.
Yes, agreed. Thank you. We have a mover and a seconder have spoken. Are there any other comments? No, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Thank you. Carried. Thank you very much. Item 11.
Lean for Life, so Michael's here.
Yes, Michael is here.
Just noting, this is a project update. I'd sent you all an email last week that had a series of updates, including just in relation to the launch event tomorrow and announcements. So the paper doesn't talk about those, and we can't talk about those until we've had the launch event tomorrow, but it just sets out where we're at. So I'll hand to Michael.
Okay.
He did have a presentation, but in the interest of time, we've removed that.
Yes, kia ora tātou. Yes, I won't show the slides, but just a couple of quick points to note. While the funding is lining up, the project has continued on a couple of fronts. One is updating the project plan continually with the new timelines, as well as the milestones that align with the various funders' requirements. The expressions of interest process is underway. We're talking with 4 banks at the moment that have responded, plus about 15 odd implementation partners across supply chains like forestry crews, nurseries, consultancies for farm planning, digital platform providers. So with the aim of onboarding them, that process continues through till about February next year. And this sort of transitions nicely into the other bit of work that we've started progressing, and that is the implementation partners have capability and capacity they can bring into the project in the partnership approach that the project is. So do various agencies, an example being MPI with extension services and catchment management activity. So does the regional council. So the work around roles, responsibilities, and how they're divided up to drive stand up the model through this next phase is ongoing. The other point I just want to touch on briefly is just a quick heads up, as per the paper, around some thinking for strategic policy settings, aiming to come back to this committee at a future meeting for endorsement around those policy settings. You'll recall in the March committee meeting that I brought the Opportunities for Upsides to Nature paper, which identified, work by Cawthron and Wildlands identified that 15 to 20% of catchment areas in native plantings is required to maintain, healthy ecological and environmental systems. And in order to do that, there needs to be stretch targets inside the project. Not just in relation to planting, right tree, right place concept, but also protection of native remnants. And one of the biodiversity enhancement projects is actually in one of our pilot farms and is noted around fencing requirements for those native remnants, but also management and protocols for forestry and harvesting and all sorts of other things. Now that's not just an HPRC strategic policy view. We need to work with other agencies to ensure alignment for those players that are part of this project. So that work will continue, and as that strategic policy settings sort of starts to take shape, we'll bring it back to you in a future meeting. Thanks, Chair. That's my very brief update, but happy to take questions.
Yes, and everyone has read the paper, I'm sure, with great interest. My question was a little bit around this project governance and given that it'll be multi-partnered, how we're seeing that project governance come out, if that'll come back here for discussion or workshopping, or how you're intending to take forward that piece.
Yeah, the proposed terms of reference for that will go to the steering group for tomorrow, which will be signed off by them. Happy to bring it back to this table. Sitting in the governance at the moment, other project partners being MPI representing government, TNC representative, and a group manager from HBRC. The current terms of references allows for 2 other parties to be on that. We note missing has been a voice from Māori and also a voice from the farming community. So there's thought that goes into that terms of reference around advisory or a voice directly at that table for those 2 parties. So it's still work in progress, but that's where it's sitting at the moment.
So thinking about the role of HVRC, currently you have staff member as part of that steering group. So I'm interested if we think there should be some governance involvement in that conversation, or where governance might see it rather than receiving that terms of reference.
So through you, Chair, it's always kind of a difficult thing to kind of navigate this, because I think at its heart this is not exclusively a regional council project. This is a partnership across the 3 parties. And I think it's always unfortunate when we talk about project governance. It's not governance in the sense of governance at this table. It's really ensuring that the project objectives and processes are delivered on. One of the big levers I think this council and committee has to pull is the strategic policy settings that Michael alluded to earlier, and that's, we had hoped to have something for you today, but as Michael has said, it'll come back to you. That effectively gives you the opportunity to set out, if you like, your letter of expectation to the project to say, this is what we want you to achieve on our behalf. Mm-hmm. And it's going to include things like the conservation or nature-based outcomes and the ambition to achieve 20% coverage of catchments and native vegetation, those sorts of things. So that those are the points you'd say, well, for us to be part of this program of work delivering stuff, we want these things met, these objectives met. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, the governance then is effectively of the machine, let's call it TRECO, the piece of machinery that's bringing the implementation partners and the finance partners and the farming community together to create the plans and deliver the work. So we hadn't specifically thought that there would be a a role for central government, governance, politicians or council laws in that. That's not to say that you don't have absolute visibility of the work and an understanding of it, and the ability to say, like I say, we are here conditional on these things being delivered on our behalf. So that's the thinking to date, but I think that's probably going to be an ongoing conversation as that detail is worked out.
I think so. I think there's more conversation to come. Other views or comments or questions? Councillor McIntosh.
Not a governance one, but Michael, 21, where it talks, paragraph 21, where it talks about the benefits of achievable. Do you have a sort of some idea of time frame around that stuff? Reduction of sediment by 25%, 21 k's of river.
Yes. Well, they'll all be a little different. In relation to the sediment, it's once trees are established, and on any one property, the planting program might be 5 or 10 years long, plus the growth of the trees. So this is reasonably long term. In relation to the sequestration, I think it was a 30-year time period. Those were bottom-up numbers based on those 12 pilot farms. So they don't actually contain the strategic level aspirational targets which we're aiming to introduce.
And Michael, it was on the basis of the program at full flight, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Across 300 farms, yeah.
Councillor Williams?
Yeah, thank you. Dumb question category. TA facility, remind me that's technical advisory, right? Can you remind me what the extension program is about? Was that about finding new farms, or what does extension program mean? Remind me. Apologies, it's probably in a previous paper or a previous meeting.
Yeah, no, it's much, through you, Chair, Councillor, it's much broader than that. It's about sharing of knowledge and building confidence around the farming community. That's noted as a key barrier. Landowners generally know that and want to plant trees, but they don't have the confidence, with where to do it. So extension is around learning, onboarding, absolutely, but providing confidence.
Thank you, Chair. In the interest of time, just to say that I'm so thrilled to see the strategic approach to the inclusion of greater targets for native within the overall scheme, and look forward to that strategic policy position paper coming to us. Thanks.
Agreed. Yes? Councillor Coote?
I'll take that offline sometime.
Okay. No further comments or questions? No? Happy to move?
I'm happy to move.
Thank you, Councillor Oswald. I'm happy to second that. All those in favour, please say... any other further comments? No? All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Michael.
Look forward to tomorrow.
Looking forward to tomorrow.
It's going to be hot in that woolshed.
Yes.
Item 12 is the weather update. Is this you?
So, Chair, no, it's Kathleen who will be well known to you.
Hi,
so
Kathleen.
welcome, Kathleen. We just thought it'd be a good opportunity. Hey, look, actually 3 days in a row of 30-odd degree temperatures means that we should chat to you about what's happening and what we understand.
Yeah.
And behind the scenes, the team are doing a bunch of work just to prep for these drier conditions, working closely with our primary sector partners. So more on that down the track in terms of where that rolls out based on the climate that's to come at us. We thought it would also be useful, though, just to give you a bit of a taste of what we have seen of our climate over the spring and early summer period and what we expect the balance of the year to look like.
Hopefully soon.
Well, I can attest to the fact that the farm is dry, and I went out to Maraikakaho last night to a community meet there, and that is crispy, not just dry. So certainly a lot of pressure, right from south to north in that.
No, it isn't.
In that area.
No. What's that then?
I think you will have noted in the erosion control paper, I think it was in, that they talked about also the effect that will have on plantings probably for the summer. We have higher losses over those dry summers.
Maybe.
Ah.
Wednesday, is there not?
Doesn't want to go all the way.
Just go.
Here we go.
Yeah. It should go over there when you present it. Oh, yeah, no, it's a briefing, I thought.
Right, ready to go.
Well done.
Yes, so your koutou katoa, as I mentioned, conditions have been dry, so you've had a number of papers on flood this morning, so turning your minds to the other end of the spectrum. So I'll just touch on all our range of water resources and also the seasonal outlook. In terms of rainfall, this is a table of monthly rainfall compared to normal as a percentage, and I've highlighted in red where it's been below normal and taking less than 80% as below normal. And that's kind of the different areas of Hawke's Bay, the region average. So at the bottom there, it's, you can see past 3 months, the region average has really just been 50%. The monthly rainfall, kind of the most, and this is from the start of the hydrological year, which starts in July and goes through to during the following year. And just to note, probably Hiratonga Plains has been the worst off. It's actually had 5 consecutive months of below normal rainfall, followed by Northern Hawke's Bay that's had 4 consecutive months below normal rainfall, and the rest vary between 1 and 3. And just to give a bit more of a visual on that, again, this is the monthly rainfall compared to normal as a percentage, going back to 2019 hydrological year. In the blues, it's hard to see the key, but excuse me, the sort of the greens and blues are the above average, and the oranges and reds are below average. And so we're at the bottom at the moment, and just to highlight spring, just looking back from the bottom where we are up to the top, 2019, we haven't had quite such a dry spring for some time, really. And going back, I pulled out kind of even older ones, probably we're going back to, at the top there is 2012, excuse me, 2012. I don't know if anyone's drunk from this. 2012-13, which was one of our significant droughts, and likewise 2019, the one I showed before, was one of our significant droughts. Looking at the Bridge Pass site on the Hiratonga Plains, this is rainfall accumulation since the beginning of July, the hydrological year. This year is a black line. The dashed green line is the median for the site, and the yellow is last year. And the envelope is where it kind of sits within the 90th and 10th percentile. So when you're getting out of that range, where we are below that percentile, we're looking at looking at, really quite low values for that site. And in fact, for Bridge Pla, it's the lowest that we have on record in terms of the accumulation of rainfall up to this kind of point in time of the year. So I've just also thrown on the couple of the drought years that I've mentioned in terms of that yellow line is now where, comparing to the time I've been here at 2019-20, and also for 2012-13. So we are starting quite a bit drier. In terms of, and that's for the calendar year as well. So we have kind of snuck into that sort of lower percentile of readings at that site just for the whole calendar year. In terms of river flows, obviously it feeds into that. So for the past 3 months, they've been below normal as well. And so I've highlighted in red there those little figures, round about light rainfall, round about half. the average for spring. And we're monitoring low flows. So at the moment have some levels of bands on about 7 waterways. For most of them, there's still further level of bands that, we've yet to get to. My understanding is that it affects about 11% of consent holders to which, bans potentially apply right across the region.
Sorry, cross means we haven't put a ban on, right?
The cross means that's where we've got the ban at the moment. So, say for Igate, I think it's got one consent for that, and so there's basically a ban in force on that waterway, and others are kind of at that level. But the green is where is the level at which they can still take in terms of litres per second. So it's just kind of if in a lot of cases it will be that if they've got a consent where they can draw at 22,000 litres per second, they have to pull back to one of those lower levels.
Oh, I see.
So if you're on a high flow take at 22,000 litres on the Tuki, you're on ban, but it hasn't reached the 52, 43 or 3,500 litre a second triggers yet.
Those are high flow bands, I guess.
Yeah. In terms of groundwater, this is for the November month. As you can see, on our main aquifer areas, that's dominated by yellows and reds, so below normal to the lowest kind of recorded there. And taking in mind too that the dips for this November report get taken at the start of November, so we've since had, a month of dry weather. So we kind of know now that December won't be the report for December won't be looking flash either.
Sorry, I didn't understand those pie charts. What do they say?
They are showing the proportion of bores, monitored bores that sit, and the red is the lowest ever, the yellow is below normal. So again, it's kind of a proportion of how many.
The lowest ever will be for this time of the year.
At this time of the year, yeah. And keeping in mind that, there are the record of the sites, some of them may not be all that long. In terms of soil moisture, again, showing Bridge Par, and likewise the black line is where we are now. The green dashed line is the median and yellow is the previous year, and those are the 10th and 19th percentiles in the blue. And so we are kind of hit a very low point at Bridge Par in terms of soil moisture and the lowest percentile of readings for the time of year. Again, going back to some of those other drought years, so we're kind of in a worse off position than 2019, 2020, that drought. And in terms of 2012-13, we're kind of pretty much on par, and then, slightly below just at this point. And noting that 2012-13, for both, then that kind of, once they hit that low point, there was a long extended period. So it's now wondering how long is our period of dry weather going to be. So here is NIWA's comments about the seasonal forecast. So at the moment, we do have a La Nina watch in effect. It has been there for some time, and kind of when the models predicted it will fully evolve has kind of been delayed. Now it's kind of an equal chance of whether or not it actually happens. But I mean, it doesn't prevent getting La Nina-like conditions. It's just that whether it meets sort of the thresholds to be called a La Nina event. So what's expected is still weather patterns that are broadly consistent with La Nina conditions, and for us it's kind of, a northeasterly wind flow. Temperatures likely to be above average, rainfall near or above normal, but anticipating that initially, we're probably going to be going through a dry period, and it's later on in the summer that we're likely to get the more frequent rain events. And soil moisture levels and river flows will take a bit of recovery, so they're kind of either near normal, below normal for the summer season. So yes, I should have had that at the top. This is the summer seasonal forecast. Tropical cyclone outlook is actually slightly, it's normal to elevated risk for New Zealand and also those western islands. And keeping in mind that kind of we do seem to get tropical cyclones reasonably often, but by elevated risk, we're talking 0 to 1 cyclone during the tropical cyclone season. So it extends from November through to April. And just to note some other factors, so this figure here is the sea surface temperature anomaly at sort of the current time, with the yellows and reds, oranges being above average temperatures and blues below. So around New Zealand at the moment we do have sea surface temperatures that are warmer than usual, and also up around those western islands that I've mentioned before, the Coral Sea. So some of the areas that we potentially get weather systems from. You'll see across the equator, the arrow across the Pacific Ocean, kind of that little bit of a signature of La Nina, where you've got colder than more average sea surface temperatures in the east of the Pacific and warmer in the west. And there's also another similar kind of phenomenon, but over the Indian Ocean. And so that has colder temperatures in the west and warmer in the east, and that's called a negative Indian Ocean dipole. And while the La Nina doesn't seem to have fully evolved, this negative Indian Ocean dipole appears to be reaching the threshold to be called that. And that has probably as better in terms of, for us in terms of rainfall than it's definitely better than a positive Indian Ocean dipole. So it's helps increase the risk that we'll get more rainfall. And there's another climate phenomenon called the Madden-Julian oscillation, which is a pulse of kind of energy that goes around the equator every 30 to 60 days. And that later in December looks like it might be active around that Western Island region, so perhaps helping to promote some tropical cyclone activity that may or may not come our way. So there's a number of factors there that sort of play into the seasonal forecasts. And also this is the model's forecast of mean sea level pressure. The month here is depicted as December. So it's showing those yellows are higher than normal pressure. It's forecasting higher than normal pressure over the South Island and ourselves for December. That's come into the thinking of why we will start out drier, and lower pressure over the Coral Sea and those western islands. But as we go through time, as we go through January, you can see that it's then kind of weakening and moving that higher pressure further south, and that lower pressure areas of lower than normal pressure extend further eastward, and so and likewise in February. And this is the kind of depiction of rainfall as well. So the brown's been lower and the green's higher. For us here, that's kind of near normal, or well, there's kind of that hints of browns of the coast there, so maybe below normal for December. But then we start to get, suggestions of more in the way of above normal rainfall risk during January and February. When I plan to take my holiday, so I'm not that happy about it, but never mind. So yeah, just in summary, we do have very dry conditions, but with hope that, further down the track in summer we will get some rain. But, it's something we'll continue to monitor, because like the La Nina that kept on being pushed, we just kind of need to keep looking at to see whether those high pressures do break down. And one thing too there is with higher pressure, if it does move, then one thing that can happen too is then weather systems that do come our way and do reach Hawke's Bay can be kind of then blocked by them in a way that makes them slow moving. So that's kind of a risk there too.
Thank you. It's a very detailed and long way of saying it's very dry.
Yes.
And it looks like it's going to stay dry. We don't really have enough time now. I would have invited Richard up, but I know the Rural Partnerships team's doing quite a lot of work, and I might ask Richard if we could have an email update from you just to where you're connecting and the work that's going on in those partnerships. Sorry, we're a bit short now. I just need 5 minutes at the end for something else. Are there any questions for Kathleen or any comments? No?
Just briefly, I don't
Yes.
think it was going to stay dry, was it, Chair? Didn't you? Well, it's getting wetter later in the season, is it?
Maybe January, February.
Hopefully.
Yeah, maybe Jan, Feb.
Can we write that down?
Yeah. Stay dry for December and early Jan, I thought is what I took from that. Okay. So happy to move from the chair, accept the report. Ms McElroy, happy to second. Thank you. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Thank you. Carried.
Thanks, Kelsey.
There's, thanks Kathleen, there's a few points from our last committee meeting, action points to pick up, which I've been through and we have dealt with. You will have had an email from Katrina. We actually got that on the day around the winter grazing rules. We've had an update from Ian by email on the LIDAR and how that's being connected into work programs. If you haven't read that, please do. The policy team, that came through as an email. The 3D aquifer mapping for councillors, Ian and Zan and Yirif have had a discussion around that. There's no capacity at this moment to dig a bit deeper into that, but they've scoped out the sort of conversation that could and would be had around that. So I'll bring that back to the next EICC meeting. The NIWI projects lead, that's been completed, and the environmental awards, I'm suggesting I send another email after this and we regroup on that at the next EICC meeting. Is that acceptable to everybody? Yes. Great, because I did want 5 minutes at the end to remind everybody that this is Ian's last EICC meeting. Last time we're going to see him at this table. We will see him at the final council meeting on the 18th, but I wanted to say a very grateful and warm thank you to you for your support as my group manager for this committee. Acknowledge your years of experience and skill and science and research into what you've brought to Hawke's Bay Regional Council. I'm thrilled that you're ending literally in the month that Land for Life has finally coming to fruition. That feels like an extraordinary bit of timing to have happened. So a really warm thank you from me. I have asked Councillor Williams to prepare a few words on behalf of us.
Well, thank you, Chair. They are hastily scribbled and risk not doing justice to the cause. But yeah, look, I first met Ian actually as a client. Well, Ian was my client. And that was back in the Change 6 and Ruataniwha days, and I was immediately impressed with Ian's determination and intelligence and grasp of incredibly complex issues. That was obviously understood by central government in getting you involved in the National Objectives Framework, and you have been an intellectual force in the areas of biodiversity and erosion control and river management, not just here but nationally, and that needs to be acknowledged. You've helped us, or you've reminded us constantly of the importance and priority that we need to give to two of our most significant environmental challenges, biodiversity and sediment. You've delivered, or at least on the cusp as to Land for Life, very significant programs, erosion control scheme, and Land for Life, the Hotspots program, the PEP, and what we saw today is really, I think, a great tribute, Ian, to your ability to navigate the fraught minefield of governance, funding, and political oscillations in Wellington to manage to get through to where we've, where I can say this, just know that the streams in this region, the rivers in this region, the hill slopes in this region, and the biodiversity in this region is all the better for your work. So just know that, Ian, and thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Would anyone else like to make some comments?
I just want to say that Ian still has 2 council meetings to go. So this won't be the last.
Derek, yes?
Ian, I'd just say you give the operation a lot of credibility. Certainly when I'm out speaking to people, that they always want to yarn about the council, and often not in a great way, but always when your name has come up, you know, particularly in the farming sector, they've talked very favourably of their interactions with you, and so I think that's a really good. It's a really good thing to portray, and that comes from them not being nice, but it comes from the expertise and what you've been able to impart onto them. So thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I'm glad I got here when I did. And apologies, we're just busy offloading stock as quick as we can, and so I've been kind of organising that the last couple of days, which is quite ironic because I started on council and Kathleen used to come to every meeting and I haven't seen her for a couple of years. But we started off dry and looks like we're ending dry on you leaving, Ian. But look, I've known you for a lot longer than that, and sort of you and Liz were my 2 old school heads around the table when I first started, that I knew through other channels, and so we're now losing the second of that team, and it's going to be a massive loss. And yeah, just will miss your real logical approach, and it's quite appropriate. Richard's in the room, and, you know, just recently we took you up to Wakarara Bridge, and, you know, you just gave the community up there a lot of, I guess, comfort that, you know, this is the logical way to approach this from a regional council point of view and just get on with it, and they really appreciated that, and I did. So thank you for that approach throughout your whole time here. So yeah, I miss you, but good luck.
Happy to contribute as well, Ian. It's, I can remember you arriving in the organisation, and your presence was felt immediately in a very positive way, in that you lifted biodiversity out of the doldrums, in my view. I think my colleagues, fundamentally, when we're sitting around the table thinking about cuts to budgets, etc., we are brought back to the centre, if you like, or to the basic underpinnings of the organisation. And I'd have to say that those foundations have been set by you. You've set the bar. We probably disagree on a number of tactics to get there, but it's inevitable that that direction of travel is not challenged. We know where you're going. You wanted to get there yesterday, and good on you, because you did set the bar and have set the bar for the organisation, and we can thank you for that. And we look forward to ongoing engagement with you. I think it's important. Cheers.
And you're not going far away, but we know you'll be busy. Did you want to say anything?
No, look, really appreciate the comments. It's been, you know, and obviously this isn't my last hui with you, but yeah, a real privilege and an honour to be in the role, really. Fantastic organisation, great people, very passionate about the work, so I feel comfortable I'm leaving you with a good set of programs and people to carry on the mahi, a safe pair of hands, and Richard to ensure continuity. I know you've got some massive hills to climb and some real challenges as a council and a group of governors. I hope that I can do everything I can on the other side of the conversation with Te Ura Kahaka to support their ambitions, because whilst I'll be looking out across a broader motu across the country, my heart will always be in the Bay, so I look forward to helping you where I can in the background.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Shall we close with our karakia? The new one, me karakia tātou.
Kia tau.
Ko ngā manaakitanga e te mea ngau.
Kia ronga ki tēnā, ki tēnā o tātou. Kia mahia te hua, ki kihi. Kia toi te uku, toi te mana, toi te kauha, toi te reo Māori. Kia tūturu, ka whakamaua, kia tina, hui e tai ki he.